my own little suburb of birth and where I've lived most of my life. There's a nice place in Otley called the Milk Bar, near the traffic lights in the middle of Otley. Lovely cakes. And also the Coffee Tree at Burley and Wharfdale is really nice if you ever get a chance of passing through. Yeah, my other half, she loves her coffee shops, which is why I've been to those sort of places already. But, I kind of get tethered and tagged along, and yeah, I do enjoy a good cake. But no, I don't mind a nice coffee. I'm not an aficionado, but those are three that I've enjoyed frequenting. It's all right. It's a machine coffee. I tell you what, they do these things. I was working at Aintree at the Grand National meeting last week, and there was a bloke, the bloke standing by the coffee machine, right? And they do this with sort of our job in media these days. That they're trying to cut costs out of this. So lots of places, it's not just Aintree or Yorkshire. Lots of places do it where they stick a machine on, and then within minutes it's broken down. So somebody has to come and sort the machine out. So they might as well still have people just serving it on. But anyway, there you go. It was bus at Aintree.
This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride.
Forged through generations.
Now, a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete.
We play to win.
Driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
Leading our Hampshire.
Good morning. Welcome along from Headingley for day 4 of this opening home fixture for Yorkshire in the County Championship Division 1 of 2026, which finds Hampshire in a very, very strong position. Yorkshire 65 for 5 in their second innings, trail by 361 runs. Overnight, Finley Bean not out 29 and George Hill not out on 1. Kevin James and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for this final day. Of a lot of work, bordering on miracle territory, isn't it, really, with 5 wickets at the start of the final day. Good pitch, and we noticed that just the light roller has been used before play started. But good morning, Kev. You must be pretty confident.
Yeah, morning, Doidgy. Yeah, it was a good day for Hampshire yesterday, no doubt about that. Put them in a really, really strong position. I don't think there was too many people that believed that Yorkshire could get 426 to win the game. I mean, strange things do happen, but it was all about Yorkshire showing some fight last night in the 29 overs that Hampshire had to bowl at them. But some great bowling once more from Kyle Abbott put paid to that. I think it's all about now saving face a little bit, really, and showing fight on this last day. It's a long day to try and keep your last 5 wickets intact, but I think there might be 1 or 2 showers around this afternoon. But, you know, it's for individuals now to take responsibility and just try and bat for as long as they can. So here's Cody Youssef to get things underway, and it's immediately down the leg side to George Hill. You know, it's very difficult as a player or as a team when you face situations like this. But all you can do is fight. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, if you're playing, you've always got a chance. That chance might not look particularly good, but you've only not got a chance when the game's over. So you kind of have to believe. You have to get into that mindset. Just treat it like a net as much as anything. Here's Youssef bowls, and that's worked away on the onside. First runs of the morning. George Hill works that behind square down to deep backward square leg.
Yeah, I was going to say just about the same myself about using it as a net. I mean, it's almost just about everybody writes you off. So it's a bit of free live practice in a sense, isn't it?
Well, it is, and you know there will be a lot of players in the Yorkshire dressing room that will look back on this game even now and think, "Gosh, I didn't have a great game. You know, it's been really hard. It's not gone my way," and that happens. But you know, the ones that are left have actually got a chance today to do something. Especially this man, Finley Bean, facing Youssef, who pushes that into the gap, wide of second slip and gully. It's running all the way to the third man boundary, and that's the first boundary of the morning. 70 for 5. You know, if Finley Bean can come out of today with 100, you know, he'll feel actually, well, okay, it's not great we've lost. Of course it is from a team point of view, but from an individual point of view, he's got 100. You know, and that actually does make you feel better. So he'll feel a lot better than some of the other members of the team. And if some others get a few runs, then, you know, they'll look back on this and say, well, actually, when we go into the next game, you know, I'm actually not too bad at all. That's close, left alone. Ben Brown moving to his right.
Yeah, had a good winter, did Beanie. I think it was the University of Melbourne he was playing for, first grade, down under. A few tons against his name. Will Luxton similar. Also scored runs, obviously not playing in this match, Will. But he got some cricket in last week, replacing Johnny Bairstow down at Cardiff, some first team cricket.
I thought Finley Bean looked quite good yesterday. There was just one he fended off a little bit from Sonny Baker. Just pushes that out into the cover area. Apart from that one, I thought he looked quite tight. I think he looked quite solid at the crease. But there was some good bowling going on there, especially from Abbott. And sometimes it doesn't matter how hard you fight. So walking back to the pavilion, you just got to accept that there's some good balls floating around. Yusuf again. It's got a leg slip in here for Bean. Bean's on the back foot, pushes that out against, again in the covers, fielded by Joe Weatherly. And that's the first over of the morning done. Yorkshire 70 for 5.
Yep, Yorkshire, of course, no match next weekend. Their free week. Before they return here to play Sussex. Still very early days in the campaign. But end of that one as well, when you consider the fixtures following it. Can't remember specifically which order they're in, but there's a trip to Taunton, there's a trip to Edgbaston, and then is Surrey here at Headingley as well. So fixtures are not going to get any easier. Well, you'd think there's going to be a bit of work going on both batting and bowling fronts during the next 10 days, 11 days or so between now and the start of that game against Sussex, as Abbott's in and bowling and driven back by George Hill. And Kyle got a hand on that to try and, well, did deflect it onto the stumps. Finley Bean was back there. That was a much slower motion than it all happened yesterday when Tom Press was run out.
Yes.
Ball tossed, properly drilled back, and he didn't have time to react quickly enough. 17 was gone.
Sorry, I was just going to say, it nearly happened to Ben Brown, didn't he, when he came in just after that? A similar straight drive hit, but Ben Brown seemed to be not as far out of his crease.
Here's Abbott in again. George just plays up to mid-off, no run. So yeah, work to do. So you'd expect a fair bit of extra prep to try and get themselves bang on in the right frame of mind and ready to play against Sussex. Having said that, I don't know.
I don't know if there's a second team game between now and then. Might be worth one or two just having a hit there.
Is Abbott, ooh, good delivery, and George playing down a different line to the ball. Capable player George Hill. He has gradually worked his way down the batting order since he first came into the side when Andrew Gale was around as head coach. He's got first class tons to his name. Turns again. In he comes, and this time toward the inside of George's bat. He was turning it in that general direction, but maybe not quite to long leg. He's picked up one for it. The Bean will set up to try and deal with Kyle Abbott for the first time. Day 4. And that proved a pretty tricky gig for the Yorkshire batters. Kyle with 4 wickets in this innings to go with 4 in the first. And he's still got 5 to go out here. So he could be in for a very nice haul. Round the wicket, bowling to Bean, who watches that well, turns it to mid-wicket.
There is a 4-day friendly at Scarborough starting tomorrow against Derbyshire, according to the fixtures. I mean, being a friendly starts tomorrow, and Scarborough's obviously a bit of a way from here, but you know, you can be a bit in there, and you could probably stick in a batter for a couple of days.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. To me, obviously, but I think you know, I might stick 1 or 2 in.
Here's Abbott in, good delivery, there's an appeal, and that is the end of Finley Bean. The first wicket of the day has gone, and Kyle Abbott has 5 for 12 from 10 overs, 5 of which have been maidens. Tremendous performance from him, and Yorkshire 71 for 6. And, well, in terms of the batting order, their best remaining player is going back to the pavilion.
Yeah, he didn't get a long way forward there, did he, Finley Bean? And it's been a trait, really, for the left-handers of both sides, really, with the bowlers coming round the wicket. They've always just, you felt at times, just prodded forward without ever quite knowing exactly where that ball might hit the bat or not in that occasion. But Kyle Abbott's been relentless in both innings. But don't take anything away from Finley Bean. I think he's battled well there. And he's just got out again to a very good bowler who, even at the age of 38, is very much on top of his game even. Sorry, I sound very coldy again. It's coming back again. That is Kyle Abbott's 47th 5-wicket haul. 84th first-class match. What's a record?
Bit disappointing, to be honest with you, Kev. I thought I'd have had 50 by now.
Well, the rate he's going, that won't be long. He turns 39 in about 2 months' time. It's quite incredible, isn't it? Only, you know, the last couple of years, you know, he's probably looked fitter than ever. And he might be down 1/4 of a yard in pace, maybe even half a yard if you want to be really harsh, but the skill is still very much in evidence.
Yeah, and he hits the seam so often, doesn't he? Just gets the length right. You're always, you know, reaching for that ball slightly.
It's pushed out in the covers by George Hill. Start of a new over.
It's just that one where you can't quite get to the pitch, and if it nips, in trouble.
Yeah, and listen, Finley Bean's not been the only one. I've watched so many of Kyle Abbott's wickets over the years that what is pretty evident is that right-handers or left-handers, they're never quite sure what the ball's doing. And here's the thing. As Yusuf bowls, it's come back in slightly at Hill, works that to mid-wicket. I've spoken to Kyle Abbott about it many times and said, look, you know, that skill level you have, where's it come from? And he's, honestly, this is 100%, he's told me in the past that sometimes he doesn't know what the ball's doing. Now, if he doesn't know, how can you expect the batters? Which sounds crazy for a guy who's got as many wickets as he has. And we are talking over 700 first-class wickets. But he generally says that, you know, he's never quite sure what the ball's going to do. Here's Yusuf, bowls. Is that to point, and it's a no ball.
Mentioned George's batting abilities, 4 first-class hundreds, 17 50s to his name, the highest of 169. Playing his 65th first-class match now, George Hill.
Well, that will be a bit deflating in the Yorkshire dressing room, won't it, if they're not already deflated. 73 for 6, sunshine out though. Probably the best day of the lot today, as that's played back to the bowler. Felt it walking in, actually.
Yeah.
I think the last couple of mornings, I don't know about you, I've just felt so cold it's scary. When I've walked back at night, it's felt so cold. But this morning it felt actually quite pleasant.
Yeah, it did. I mean, the part of Leeds I live in is the highest part. And yesterday, definitely, as I walked out of the front door to get in the car, was significantly cooler than it was this morning.
Yeah, there's a few white fluffy clouds around, but there's plenty of sunshine. There's a drive up to wide mid-on, and Hill moves on to 4, 74-6 here. Yorkshire in their second innings, trying to keep as many of those 5 wickets intact as they can. They've already lost 1. Dave Allen has been on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I think he's struggling to get the live stream working. It looks like it's working from where we are. So Dave, you might have to press a couple more buttons or reboot or whatever you do. We've not heard it's not any good. It's certainly showing on our monitor. Yusuf in again. Bowls outside the off stump to Duke, who leaves alone. So just for the record, Yorkshire from here, just to give you the size of their task, need another 353. Let's be honest, that's not really going to happen. I think even if there were none down, 353 on day 4 is quite a lot to get. 3 slips for Duke as Yusuf comes in up the hill again. Duke pushes that length delivery out into covers fielded by Joe Weatherly. End of the over. Yusuf has 9 overs, none for 21. Yorkshire 74 for 6.
Yep, George and Harry meeting in the middle. Could be an interesting conversation of 2 halves. So they prepare for another Kyle Abbott over. So 10 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 12.
Unbelievable.
He's been quite tidy so far. 3 slips. There's a point. Well, a ring field really with a long leg who's not quite down at the boundary. He's trying to stay in the sun, I think, Cody Yusuf, but he's now walking further towards the Howard stand end after George Hill defended that first ball of the over into the offside. There's a few optimistic Yorkshire supporters have turned up to our left in the northeast stand of the ground. It'd be relatively pleasant, I think, in the sun this morning, as we've just been saying. It's a little bit warmer and not so many, by the looks of things, sitting across in the long room as there were yesterday, which is understandable given the match situation. Abbott in, Hill playing into the offside, no run. But Cody Yusuf will still be fairly parky, I would think, down at long leg. There's no wonder he's got his hands in his pockets, because the shadow cast by the Howard stand would make that the coolest place on the ground. Back in the day, of course, the commentary position there for the BBC used to be pretty much just up the stand from where Cody is. He's currently positioned. Good delivery from Abbott. There's an inside edge from George Hill's bat onto pad. So the arms that went up in the slip cordon quickly came down again. That was cold. I remember doing a few games for Radio Leeds, probably about the 99-2000 seasons. Yeah, you always had to bring an extra layer because you were where the sun don't shine at any point. Here's Abbott once again. Ball just drifting in towards George Hill. He turns it with the shape of the ball into the onside. A run. Next week you are at
home to Somerset. Just beaten Essex by a
country
packet,
mile.
haven't they?
Yeah. 74 for 6. Finley Bean already back in the pavilion today. LBW, the final ball of Kyle Abbott's previous over. Bean making 33. And Hill just pushing forward into the onside here. Again, there's no run. Smattering of fluorescent orange jackets of stewards around as well. Don't think they're going to need to do too much crowd control today. Flag in the distance as well, down third man on the boundary edge. Flag of St George, I think. Trying to see what it says on there. It's rippling away at the moment in the breeze. Not easy with my mince pies as George turns that one into the leg side final ball of the over. And another Kyle Abbott maiden. That's now 6 of those from 11 overs that he's bowled so far.
So Kyle Abbott is 1 wicket away from a 10-wicket game.
Does that mean he's got 9?
Yeah, I hope so. Otherwise, that's a foolish statement.
Or 11?
How many has he got? He has got 9, hasn't he? 4 in the first innings, 5 in the second. Just looking up, actually. 4 times has he had a 10-wicket match or more for Hampshire. It's his 33rd 5-wicket bag for Hampshire as well. Here's Yusuf. And Duke pushes him out into the covers, fielded by Nick Gubbins. It is an incredible record. He really has. And somebody asked me the other night, would Kyle Abbott be one of the greatest overseas players that Hampshire have ever had? Which is quite an interesting question when you think about the players that they've had. And of course, all counties really, when you think back over the years who they've had, it's very difficult to work out who would be the best. I suppose stats would help. It's pushed back to the bowler by Duke. And when you think certainly of the bowlers that Hampshire have had, I think somebody needs to probably sit down and work it out. Probably not for me to work out. But I think Abbott is productively right up there. He's been an amazing servant. It's Cody Yusuf from the football stand end. Short. Duke just drops the hands there and just sways inside the line. That had a little bit of kick off the pitch about it.
He did. He played it well, didn't he?
He did.
Barry Richards.
Well, this is it, isn't it? How do you match a bowler to a batter?
Yeah.
It's difficult, isn't it? Gordon Greenwich, Malcolm Marshall, blah, blah, blah. But he's certainly been a leader of the attack for quite a while now, as were several bowlers in the past. Here's Yusuf outside the off-stump. Duke, that's an easy lead for him.
Where would he sit in terms of if you were picking an all-time great? Hampshire 11 or overseas 11? He's definitely in that side, is he?
He'd have to be, wouldn't he?
Yep.
I think he'd have to be. When you're talking about 11 players that have all played for Hampshire as overseas, you'd have to be in the 11. Been some good pace bowlers over the years.
Need much more than Abbott, Marshall and Warne, would you?
Andy Roberts.
Yeah.
Oh, again, there's a bit of bounce. And again, Duke just drops the hands on that one.
Yeah,
That's enough, isn't it?
I've got a calf strain at the moment.
Yeah, I think that'll do. It's better than most test attacks, isn't it? Yeah, backed up by Warne. The pace bowling unit. There's been a few that have sort of played a few games and gone. I mean, we think, you think of the obvious ones that are around for quite a while. Some have just sort of jetted in, played a few games and jetted off again. Yusuf. Oh, that's closer. And Duke really did have to sink to his knees this time. I think that may have just nipped back a fraction as well. So well played by Harry Duke. Good bounce of that one to finish off the over. 74 for 6.
In a limbo. Yeah, so those 4 come into the attack after Greenwich, Smith and Barry Richards have put on 826 for 1.
That's right. Michael Clark, Shane Watson.
Yep.
Gosh, there's many more, of course, but yeah, incredible. Do you know, talking to overseas players, and this was also mentioned, was it last night? I can't remember when I was watching the golf. People that Sachin Tendulkar was the first overseas player here. He was, wasn't he? Mm-hmm. First ever overseas player.
Kyle Abbott Making his way in then to bowl to George Hill, who was a little push at that one on the rise outside off stump. Pulled his bat out of the way, but I think the ball had already gone. No, in the end, yeah, I mean, Sachin obviously turned out to be one of the great players. His record when he played here wasn't commensurate with that, I guess.
He was quite young
player,
wasn't
wasn't he? Yeah.
He was quite
Yeah.
young when he
Yeah.
came.
Turns again, coats the lane end, making his way in once more. Passed umpire Saggers. And again, good carry through to the gloves of Ben Brown. George Hill not interested in playing at that one wide of off stump.
Darren Lehman, we talked about yesterday, I think, or the day before.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of record, I think he's generally accepted as being the best in the era where Yorkshire have used overseas players, and of course didn't do that for long enough when everybody else did. Abbott in again, and Hill dropping out into the offside, and there's no run. I can't remember the specific period, but 20 years or so, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, I mean, I remember playing against Yorkshire when, you know, it wasn't their policy to have overseas. And he did feel that, mind you, they were a good side, but you did feel that they were just a player short of being a really, really good side by not having overseas, especially when, you know, a lot of counties in those days had two. And good ones at that as well, because there wasn't much international cricket in our summer.
Here's Abbott again, and Hill blocking that into the offside, no run. Yeah, speaking of which, I think one of those, former Gloucestershire man, is doing the rounds this year when Pakistan are over here. Zahir Abbas. Zed.
Yeah, you always know when you're a good player when you're just known by one initial.
If that was America, it'd be Z, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Good delivery from Abbott. That's ballooned into the offside off some of George's protective equipment. Out to point. Don't think he got bat on ball. Might have been a little inside tickle. He's survived another one at the moment. That's really what it is for this pair. No runs being scored to any appreciable extent. 9 of them, that's all in the first 24 minutes of play. 89 overs were bowled yesterday, so this is the final ball of the 35th. 6 overs this morning, 9 runs scored, and George again just trying to whip that into the leg side. There's a yawning gap through mid-wicket. Good delivery once more by Abbott, and he couldn't score off it. George on 4 then. Harry Duke is yet to score. 74 for 6, and very much feeling like we're marking time. 90 overs officially remain in the match.
I was trying to think of other players that were just known by one initial. Obviously, Gordon Greenwich was G. Think of any others at the moment around the country. There were 2 others. Zed, he was a good player. There's Yusuf into Duke, left alone outside the off stump. Wheels at the moment from Yusuf. 2 slips and a gully for him. Trying to work out when Sachin Tendulkar started here. I'm going round the houses actually. If I just type in what I should type in, I'll find it quite quickly. I'm trying to guess. If you had to guess what year he started here, what would be your guess? That's pushed into the gap. Nice shot from Harry Duke. He'll get 4 runs. Nicely played.
Yeah, lovely. Who were we talking about? Sorry, I was just
Sachin
reading.
Tendulkar. Oh, sorry.
92.
That's a good shout, actually. Let's have a look to see if you're right. I think that's a pretty good shout. 92. There you go. Spot on. So he was born in 73, so he would have been 19
Yep.
when he played. So Yusuf again to Duke. Again, Duke's having to get low down to get inside the line of that shortish delivery. Score remains on 78 for 6, just that one wicket this morning after 10 minutes of play. Finley being LBW to Kyle Abbott to give him 5 innings. Got an email here from John Stevens. So Dave, if you're still listening and you can't get the feed to work, he's in Shoreham by Sea on the south coast. He said the live feed's working for him perfectly down the south. Thought they might have cut the feed down south, Yorkshire. Got his Yusuf again. Duke pushes that into the covers.
Sachin, I just met him once, very briefly. Never met him as a journalist, actually, but the facilitator of his move over here, I think, was Solly Adam, who used to captain the club I played at. And this young lad turned up with Solly one day when we were on the field. And so he told us all he was going to be a great player and all the rest of it. And that was, I think, the year before he joined Yorkshire.
Ooh. Yusuf bowls, he's going to take the bat away and it's hit the face and it's run away through backward a point. They'll get at least 2. No, they'll settle for 2.
I don't think Solly paid to watch me play, but Sachin paid to watch me play, Kev, but I certainly paid to watch him play. I brought my eldest son. We were sitting just down to the right here in what's now the Truman enclosure. Test match here. And it was a day when I think about 2 wickets fell. India were batting for most of it. I think I went to the bar and bought myself a pint at lunchtime, came back with James and ended up Zedding for about, I don't know, well, you never know how long you've been Zedding for, do you? But Channel 4 cameras caught me on camera.
Did they? Oh, dear. Yusuf bustles in. That's punched up to mid-off.
Sorry, Sachin, I don't think you were batting at the time, actually. I think it was somebody else. Yeah. I didn't know either, of course, and it was when I went, home. It was probably a test match Friday. That's when I used to often come. And I think, somebody over the weekend saying, I saw you on, you were asleep on yesterday. Oops. Kyle Abbott's continuing. That's a big surprise. I thought he must, be time to give him a rest now.
He bowled this morning 3 overs. His work's not done yet.
No. Here he comes, bowling to George Hill. Oh, dear me, put that one in the diary. He's fired one down the leg side and he's acknowledged that as well. He's let his team down, he's let Hampshire down, and most of all, he's let himself down there, Kev.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, you just saying that just shows the standard that he's at throughout this game. It's been relentless.
Yeah. Metronomic. He's dragged one down the leg side, though.
Tiring.
Big opportunity for Yorkshire here. As he's in again. Oh, what was I saying? George Hill, look at that. There's not a movement of foot, really. And he's had a slash at that one to try and cut it away through the point area. Square cover. Misses it. Abbott finds his way back to the end of his run once again. George twiddles the bat a few more times. They've managed to get through the first half hour with the loss of just that 1 wicket, but with the addition of just the 15 runs. Hill blocking another delivery on the money from Kyle Abbott. 5 for 12. Go to Yusuf. Well, in changing room banter, he's probably going to go back in and say, look, I got you all those. I was so tight at the other end. But then, leaving a diminishing pile of sawdust behind him over the last couple of days. No need for that today. Hill blocking this one. Shall we have a look at what's going on elsewhere as well in the early stages of day 4? Encouragement, even the Hampshire lads out there are kind of, there's a feeling that there's an inevitability about this, and so that buzz that you sometimes get, even that's fairly quiet. Here he is again, and Hill this time turning that one nicely into the onside, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, no run. Sussex require 75 to beat Warwickshire. That would be a good start to the campaign for them. With that win against Leicestershire last week, they've got 5 wickets in the tent. It could be touch and go, couldn't it? 75 with the last 5 wickets. Interesting finish down at Hove. The champions very much in the driving seat against Glamorgan, who have got 5 wickets left and need a further 326 runs to win at Trent Bridge as Abbott bowls, and that's wide of George Hill's off stump and he leaves. Surrey also still in play with Leicestershire. Surrey trail by 148 runs with 9 second innings wickets in hand. That looks like it's heading for...
Oh, they lost one this morning. They were due to start batting their second innings this morning, so they've lost one.
Yep, 23 for 1. Probably the way those first innings scores have gone, it's feeling draw territory unless there's a massive collapse there. And then Lancashire, Derbyshire. Lancashire lead by 133 runs with just the 1 second innings wicket remaining. Derbyshire will be fancying their chances of cleaning that one up today for the positive. And Kent, Northants also still in play at Canterbury. Northants are ahead of the game there. They need 5 Kent wickets. They've still got 328 runs to play with. Change of bowling at the Howard stand end of the ground. Eddie Jack coming into the attack for the first time today.
It's all over. Into Duke. Duke's on the back foot. So Cody Youssef spell this morning. 4 overs, none for 14. I've been sent a message by our Hampshire fan, Joe, who's in Barbados, who's just woken up. Sent me a picture of the sea and a palm tree.
Yep.
What a way to wake up, this view, and yet another Kyle Abbott wicket. There we are. They're 4 hours behind, so that'll be, 7:30 in Barbados. Jack, that's full delivery, nicely guided, backward of deep gully, and that's going for 4 runs. Quite a deliberate shot there from Harry Duke. And he moves into double figures, and that will be 84 for 6.
Yeah, full toss, watched it well, didn't he?
Yeah. Email here from Mike Martin, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, you mentioned Michael Clarke in your list of Hampshire's overseas players earlier. His one season looks steady on paper. He made 300s, but 2 of them were in the same match at Trent Bridge, and none of them were at the Utilita Bowl. He once got sledged by an England bowler. Come back to that, as in comes Jack, outside the off stump and left alone. He once got sledged by an England bowler who said you couldn't even get a run for Hampshire, mate. Enjoying Carl's bowling this morning. Here's to 4 more wickets and a much-needed win, says Mike Martin.
Richard Robinson downstairs, head groundsman here, says Yorkshire signed Sachin instead of keeping me on. What a big mistake they made there.
To see he's not as bitter all these years.
No.
Steve Clark says the feed is working on YouTube in Fareham, so clearly the link down South Coast is working. Duke's on the back foot.
Kevin Sharp, morning to you, Sharpie. He says Kev is spot on. We always wish Malcolm Marshall was on our side.
Didn't pay enough money to prize him up north.
Not much.
I don't know. I think relatively, and I sort of hear little bits about, but I think even in those days, he wasn't on a great amount of money. It's Eddie Jack again. That's pushed around on the onside. I think it was just accepted that he was a Hampshire Hampshire overseas player, really. I don't know how things worked in those days. Obviously, it's very different now, isn't it? With players moving around much more than they used to. But I think generally it was just accepted that Malcolm was always going to come back to Hampshire, really. Don't think anybody had thought anything else.
Mentioned it before. I remember when we lost him, there was that fantastic article that Mark Nicholas wrote about him in whichever broadsheet.
Gosh, yeah. It was horrible. I remember that. That's a short delivery. Duke down on one knee as the ball goes through to Ben Brown. End of the over. Yorkshire 82 for 6, having started the day 65 for 5.
I think it was time. I should probably Google this, but I think it was the title of it was "Farewell Marshall, Joyous Man with the Kick of a Mule." And actually, it was such a lovely piece to read about him. It was pinned on the notice board in the kitchen in the house I was in at the time. Just lovely writing, as well as obviously about a great player. And I remember the general theme of it was Mako talking him through an over before he'd bowl it, and telling him what he was going to do, and then sort of, like we all could, Kev, just doing it to order.
No, well, he did, yeah. At that pace as well, which was just amazing. I remember getting the news one morning. I was in Romsey, actually, which is sort of a market town, sort of outside Southampton, really, for those of you who don't know. And I remember I was in an office, actually, and the person sort of next door came in and just said, "Have you heard that the great Malcolm Marshall has sadly passed away?" And I just remember at the time, and I'm sure I was like that with many people. It was just like, whoa. Yeah.
Sonny Baker into the attack to replace the wayward Kyle Abbott at the Kirkstall Lane end. And Sonny's wayward with his first ball, which has disappeared off down past the grasp of Ben Brown for 4 byes.
He was no age as well, actually, Malcolm. He'd I think it was colon cancer he'd been suffering from.
Yeah. Going for about 93-ish, something like that, was it?
I'm going to look it up.
Long time ago.
No, I think it was about 99.
99, was it, right? Would have thought, no, I think it's before that. Only because I know where I was when I posted it on the notice board, and I think I'd moved by 99. Baker in, that's pushed into the offside by Hill.
Do you want to have a chance to retract that?
Oh, are you all right? Yeah, okay.
November 1999.
All right.
Age 41. So where were you then?
Yeah, that's
you clearly weren't where you thought you were.
No. Well, there you go. Sometimes the mind.
No, I remember it. I know why, because I was in Romsey a lot around that time, so I knew it'd be 99.
Must have been. I must have plonked it on a notice board in the next house then, but I thought it was in the previous one. Here's Baker in. That's punched up to mid-off by George Hill. No run. He's still on 4, George. He's been anchored on that for a while. Not that runs matter here, but he's getting himself a net against assorted good bowling out there in the middle. Good morning to you, Andy Walker. Says, morning, JD and Kevin. Went to sleep last night thinking about Yorkshire's batting. Woke up today thinking about Yorkshire's batting. Just disappointed. Having said that, Hampshire have bowled superbly in this match. Congratulations to them. Here's Baker, who had a red-hot spell earlier in the contest. That was wide of off stump and absolutely died on its way through to Ben Brown. 88 for 6 does not make for good reading if you're a Yorkshire supporter watching, listening. 337 runs behind. And just these 4 wickets left, and 86 overs and 2 balls for Hampshire to find some. And there's should be one, but he's been put down. George Hill at first slip to his left. A clear edge on that one, and that's doubled George's score to 8. Those who can see it, seeing the replay again now, just offered a little push at it off the face, more or less, with an angled bat. Really, by the standards of professional slip fielding, that's not the most difficult of chances, but he's not managed to cling on.
Yeah, Tom Prest with that one.
Baker in again. That one through to the gloves of Brown. Completes the over at 92 for 6.
It is, I think, on the face of it, a fairly simple catch. Although it was a little low down, but he's moving to his left at first slip. So it's one of those. Listen, I never really fielded first slip, and by all accounts, it's quite a specialist position. But it's a difficult one because I think a lot of people will say in that situation that it's the keeper's to come across and move to his right. But to be fair to Ben Brown, he never flinched. I watched it on the replay. He never moved a muscle, so he didn't put Tom Prest off at all. So I think it's one of those that, depending on which side of the fence you sit on, you could say that maybe Ben Brown could have come across and made a bit more, or Tom Prest had a great view of it. Here's Eddie Jack. Duke plays inside the line.
I did field at first slip a lot, although
did you? Oh, go on then.
Not when somebody at 85 was bowling. Well, yeah. I mean, I think I go for that, and if he comes across me, then so be it, and whatever will be. But you're still making the move to go for the ball, and he was almost one that, like you're saying, he was half expecting Ben Brown to come across him, and so he's only half moved towards it, really, hasn't he? He's not fully committed to taking the catch.
No. It's outside the off stump. The worst thing that can happen is, of course, the keeper starts to move and stops. And that just completely puts you off, doesn't it? But that never happened in that case.
No, I mean, and if you field at first slip regularly, you'll get quite a few of those over the years where you think, he's gone, and then sometimes the worst thing of the lot is if they go and then don't actually stick their hand out in the end, think, no, I've made a mistake, and you stay put.
Eddie Jack again. It's wide of off stump. Anyway, there's a chance, and what could have been the second wicket has not happened. And Yorkshire have lost just the one. Email here from Jamie Rowe, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I've been watching Hampshire play since circa 2003, and in that time, Kyle Abbott stands out head and shoulders above as the best overseas player we've had. It's Eddie Jack bowls. Pushes that to point. Fielded by Sonny Baker, no run. By my estimation, he has close to 500 first-class wickets and an average of under 20 for the club. His length of service and commitment has been phenomenal. I can't say that word.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, I usually avoid that word.
Phenomenal, yeah.
Because I can't say it, and I couldn't even say it when it's written in front of me. Considering he could have played a lot more Test cricket had he chosen to. Well, the record I've got, I'm not sure if it's updated in this game. May not be, actually. Duke's looking for a quick single as it goes out into the covers. For Hampshire, the figure I'm seeing is 488 wickets. So, assuming that hasn't updated for this game, let's say it hasn't updated, so you add 9 onto that, and it's close to 500, isn't he? And the average is actually fractionally under 20. That's an incredible career with just one club. Eddie Jack, it's wide again. Duke doesn't have to play at that one. But I suppose if you haven't watched Hampshire previously to that time, then it would be difficult to compare him to the others. But he's certainly up there with the best, that's for sure.
Your mention of phenomenal you just triggered a memory of a friend when we were growing up who, in trying to do a David Coleman impression using remarkable, he couldn't say remarkable. He says,
oh God.
40 overs in then to this Yorkshire second innings, 92 for 6, and Sonny Baker into bowl to George Hill. Played that one nicely enough, full length delivery, and just lent on it. And uses the open spaces out to deep backward point to pick up a single. I should say, having asked for correspondence on various or different socials recently and then not been able to keep up with it all, hello to Jason Cole, Beth Cooper and Neil Dutton, who have been messaging in at various times. I've not always managed to get their messages out on air. They are usually appreciated. Third man, fine leg, 3 slips. Square cover. Mid on, mid off. And a square leg. And Harry Duke, I think this one hits him round about the waistband rather than off the bat, and has gone away for 4 leg byes. Took some pace off the ball. First slip and keeper maybe having a little look at each other as well. And that's disappeared off down to the Howard stand end. So 4 more on the total, makes it 97 for 6. Buys 4 buys, and 2 no balls make 11 extras from that total as well. So just Finley Bean with 33 and James Wharton's 21. The dismissed batters making it into double figures. Harry Duke has joined them and is on strike, and that's fairly sharp from Sonny Baker. It felt like the ante had been upped there. Duke turning it into the leg side. There's no run. Sure, I'll be treating this as a big opportunity, Harry, just to remind the boss what he can do, because all things being equal, Johnny Best will be back in the side, of course, here against Sussex week on Friday. You would imagine he'll be back to the role of understudy as he shoulders arms to this latest Baker delivery. Sonny Baker must have thought that was pretty close, actually. Put his hands up to his face.
Sorry if I'm being quiet. I'm just looking up some records. I'll come back to one of the emails in a minute.
Baker gets quite a shuffle on, doesn't he? Back to his mark. He's there already. Comes a little bit of high stepping and then a skip. It's like Willie Banks doing the triple jump. Short ball. Duke's got underneath this. So too has Cody Youssef down at long leg. And that is that for Harry Duke. So big opportunity or not, he's out for 10, and Yorkshire are 97 for 7 in the 41st over.
Well, it's a well-judged catch. He's in the shadows down there. So the ball's initially in the sun, and then it goes dark, and then Cody Youssef. It's a lovely catch.
I said Cody Youssef, was it?
That's
definitely
nice. Eddie Jack.
Is it Eddie Jack?
I was
Okay.
gonna say,
My
yeah.
apologies, folks.
He's a long way away. You're allowed to get it wrong. It's a long way in the distance. We know that because that's where all the cars are parked, and they're miles away. So well done to Sonny Baker. Easy way of taking the catch, isn't it? The fingers pointing up. Right, so the figures I've just sort of gone through. I'll just complete this one and I'll sort of come back. Quite interesting, actually, and I haven't really looked these up. So the email I'm going to be referring to is one from Martin Hills, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, as we wait for Tom Best to make his way to the middle. The first-class records for Hampshire of Marshall, Abbott and Roberts are all just astonishing. I think you would have to place Malcolm top from his contribution, but each has had a remarkable record. Kyle has both the best strike rate and average in county cricket since 2000. What wonderful and irreplaceable players each has been, and how lucky we've been to have such greats, not to mention the unique talent of the late Shane Warne. Right, here's the stats. For Hampshire only. Kyle Abbott, as I mentioned earlier, assuming this website is up until this game, 488 at 19. This is for Hampshire. Malcolm Marshall, 826 at 18. Andy Roberts, 244 at 16. I mean, just the averages are quite remarkable. But yeah, Andy Roberts with actually the best average for the club.
Fortunate enough to meet Andy
Yeah.
a couple of years back now. Did an event across the way in the Howard Stand there with the four knights, Sir Richie Richardson, Sir Montgomery Everton Roberts, Sir Curtly Ambrose, and Sir Vivian Richards.
Wow.
Great night.
Yeah. You hosted that.
I did, and I mean, Andy came out with the sort of prize answer of the night, really. Tell you more in a sec, because Don Bess is out there to face up to Sonny Baker. 3 slips, a gully, point, mid-on, mid-off, square leg, and that long or fine leg. Eddie Jack has just taken the catch. First ball to Bess is played out into the offside, no run. So I can't remember exactly the question I asked him, but you know, you've got a few hundred people in the audience, and I said that there was this aura about Roberts, wasn't there, when he hit people, he didn't say anything. He just sort of looked at them and let the rest of the team deal with it, and then he'd wander off back. And I sort of asked him about this and psyching out the batters, and he just, there was a pregnant pause, and everyone, I'm sure, including me, thinking, what's he going to say? Is he going to have a pop back at me or something? And he just went, what did you want me to say to him? And it just brought the house down, really. He had to be there, I guess, but you know, why did you not? You never verbal people, did you? You just kind of gave him a look. What did you want me to say to him? Yeah.
You don't need to say too much when you bowl like that, do you?
No, he's slow bouncer and he's real bouncer.
Eddie Jack. And that's played on the onside by George Hill, who's currently on 9. Email here from Tony Haynes, who's is trying to put me in a little bit of a situation, and I'll come to that in a moment. Tony Haynes, Hampshire cricketer, bbc.co.uk, says, I do wonder whether Johnny Bairstow's thumb injury might have affected Yorkshire's performance here. We'll never know, but he is such a phenomenal skipper. He's done that. He's put that word in there just deliberately because he knows I can't say it. That's I think he's outside edge, which is bouncing away and well stopped by Jake Lehman at third slip. Yeah.
Nick Moxon says, I was debating whether to get the train from Harrogate this morning, only to get to the ground and turn back round. So watching on the live stream, well bowled Kyle Abbott.
Yes, 9 for in the match. Eddie Jack at the top of his mark. 97 for 7 here. Yorkshire in their second innings. That's flicked away down to fine leg. And it's gone through the diving Sonny Baker. And that's gone for 4 runs. Hill moves on to 13 and the 100 up for Yorkshire. 101 for 7.
And Derbyshire, by the way, need 127 to beat Lancashire with 9 second innings wickets in hand. So Lancs lost their last and Derbyshire have lost their first since I updated you with those scores. Sussex now needing 59 against Warwickshire.
Sorry, that's pushed out to Nick Gubbins in the covers. So I was just looking at another message. I should learn to keep my eye on the cricket. You would have thought I might have learnt that over the years.
You just bowled him there, you missed that.
It's a little sunnier today. Feels a little warmer. It's a bit difficult to tell inside the commentary box, but it just has that feel. Here's Eddie Jack again. It's nicely cracked away off the back foot by George Hill. It's a timing, moves on to 17, 105 for 7. Yorkshire, Finley Bean for 33, Harry Duke for 10, the 2 wickets that have fallen this morning. 1 to Abbott, 1 to Baker. There's a very quiet feel to the ground. There's some people on the Western Terrace. I thought they were closed, the Western Terrace. I'm not sure. Are they spectators? Or are they just say they look like they're trying to find a good seat? Well, any of the seats over there are good seats because there's nobody sitting there. Maybe they're work people.
There's some people on the Western Terrace.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
They think it's all over.
Maybe they're just there looking over some structural stuff. I don't know. Jack in again. So George Hill is forward to a good length ball. That's the end of the over, and Jack has completed 10 overs, 1 for 32.
Is that the structure of the stand, or maybe the Yorkshire batting, you think?
That'd be a lot to inspect.
Derek Shackleton,
Right.
12 for 145 has the best figures for Hampshire against Yorkshire in a match. So Kyle Abbott could possibly, if he takes the last 3 wickets, wipe that one completely off the record books with the way he's bowled in this match.
Was that 12 for 45?
12 for 145.
Oh, 145. Oh my God, yeah,
He got
there's no
7
idea.
for 78 and 5 for 67 against Yorkshire at Park Avenue in 1962.
Bradford Park Avenue. Avenue.
Here's Baker. And Bess fully behind that. No run. Yorkshire's best, not that it's could be knocked off its perch in this, probably ever, the way you look at the figures. 14 for 43 at Southampton in 1898. 8 for 21 and 6 for 22. Schofield Haig.
What year?
1898.
Oof.
Were you a paying spectator? That one? 105 for 7. Bess yet to get off the mark. And he's ducking under this short ball from Baker. To Ben Brown, no run. Well, glorious sunny morning here. Not much glory for the hosts, but certainly plenty of that for Hampshire. And in particular for Kyle Abbott, who has been magnificent in the match. And in this second innings, stellar figures for him right this moment in time. Will he see the ball again before the end of the match? Sure is the answer to that. Ooh, now then, that's not good at all. Short ball from Sonny Baker has really clonked Dom Bess's helmet full on. And we will have an enforced stoppage, and he seems to be walking away okay. And having a chat with George Hill. Goodness me, had he not had a helmet on then, you'd dread to think how bad that could have been, Kev, because that was flush on.
Yeah, that's not a glancing blow by any stretch of the imagination. I'll be surprised if the helmet doesn't get changed at the very least. They're having a look at the helmet now. Not worried about Dom Bess, they're looking at the helmet. Dom Bess seems all right, which is good news. So we're going to get a break in play. You say 1888, those figures?
1898.
1898. Yeah, I was just looking, actually. That would have been 10 years after Hampshire moved to Northlands Road. So I was looking up thinking, well, what if that's in the first couple of years of the... 10 years.
That's all in the latest edition, the 128th edition of the Yorkshire County Cricket Club Limited Yearbook, 2026 edition. Edited, wonderfully edited, I should say.
By yourself?
Graham Hardcastle.
Oh, right.
Who's along in the press box, of course. Writes the Yorkshire website. James Greenfield, the production editor, has been doing that for quite some time. John Potter, the Yorkshire scorer. John Ver, Andrew Bosley, all providing stats towards that. Photographs by Alan Mackenzie and John Heal. I'll give them a mention as well, the photographers. So that's, I think, on sale via the club website or in the ticket office, I'm told. Got my hands on a copy or two of it yesterday. Still got this stoppage while just making sure that Dom Bess is okay. It was a quick delivery by Sonny Baker. He's having a wander over now.
He seems all right. Taken up by that.
Yeah.
While we wait, another email here from Bill Seeger, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, what a treat it is to be able to watch Abbott bowling for Hampshire. I only wish we could have won the championship so that he could have had a true reward for his efforts when we went so close a couple of seasons ago. Watching his countryman Barry Richards play for Hampshire was also a pleasure. What a shame both of them could not display their skills on the test match scene. Well, Abbott played a few. I think Barry Richards might have, I don't know, I have to look that one up actually. The coverage by your good self and the other commentators during this time is also something I look forward to each season. And the feed works well here in Norfolk, says Bill. Signal strength is sufficient to get out that far. I don't know, Barry Richards, because he obviously his time was coincided with South Africa being taken out of the test match situation. But I have this feeling that he might have played 1 or 2 just before, but I could be wrong. I'm sure I am.
While you're looking up that, Chris Addy, good morning to you, or good afternoon now. A difficult start to the season again, JD says. Nice to hear the chat with Kev about Hant's former stars. I was down at Southampton Uni in the 1970s when the names were Richards, of course, Jesty, Turner, Sainsbury, Cowley. I lived in Malmesbury Road in Shirley, just 5 minutes from the old county ground where there was some potential free viewing from student flats around the boundary. The same was true at the Dell for the football. A final memory is that the great Roy Marshall and early overseas used to stay at my lodgings in the 60s. Good days, says Chris. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I mean, those names, actually. There's a piece that Graham Hardcastle wrote with me that's on the Yorkshire website at the moment, just done a few days ago, and the first game I can recall coming here to watch Yorkshire play cricket was against Hampshire. I think it was the 77 season, and I think I'm right in saying Gordon Greenwich got a double 100, and I think might be child's mind's eye, but I think he hit one over the football stand, the old football stand, onto the rugby ground. Wow. And I was away in what is now the east side of the ground where the old pavilion was, like you do when you're 9, whacking a ball around a little bit as well as dipping back in and watching some cricket. Okay. But in my autograph book, which I still have from those days, Trevor Jesty is definitely in there. David Turner's definitely in there. Nigel Cowley is definitely in there. And I think C.G. Greenwich.
Okay. I'll have a look that one up in a minute, actually.
Sonny Baker then, after that stoppage. Don Bess seems okay, and he gets good delivery from Baker, full. Good thinking, I think, from Sonny Baker. Trying to york him. He's not quite got it right. He's been whipped away down to long leg for 2. There was a time we used to come and watch games, but Dad's work was just over in the corner, the back of the rugby ground there. So we'd, school holidays or whatever, we'd come over. I remember Andrew Bairstow, David's other son, knocking about with us with a tennis ball and bat just behind the pavilion there as well. That wouldn't have been in 77. He's too young for that. He's blew it. As in comes Baker again, and that's pushed up to mid-off, where Kyle Abbott will kind of do the fielding. Didn't pick it up clean first time. Short leg in place now for that one under the armpit, and I dare say if you get one from Sonny in that sort of area, it will be very difficult to play at this pace. And especially if you've just been clonked on the helmet, because the tendency would be, naturally for all of us, wouldn't it? Even with a helmet on, you're going to be a little bit reluctant about getting into the ball. 3 slips gully, that short leg. And 1 to come in Sonny Baker's 9th over of this Yorkshire second innings. Bowls it now, and it's not that far off being that delivery, but it's got Bess in the unmentionables, I think, and he is in a lot of trouble for the second time in this over, in a different way this time. And the Hampshire lads just have a stroll past him. He's in terrible, terrible pain by the look of that. And again, they're going to be calling for the physio. has hit him there. I'm not too sure what he can do.
It's not very nice. No, you are right, actually, about Greenwich, which I knew you would be. 1977, 3-day game here, where Hampshire won by 8 wickets. Yorkshire scored 229 for 9 in the first innings. Barry led better with 63 at the top of the order. Andy Roberts 4 for 39. There we go. C.G. Greenwich 208. Batting at number 1. And there wasn't too many supporting him there. The next highest score was 21. Mike Taylor, the all-rounder from Nottinghamshire. Got 21, next best score. David Rock, opening the batting, made 20. And there's Greenwich, 208 out of 332 all out. God blimey. Yorkshire in their second innings, 139 all out. Andy Roberts, 4 wickets. Hampshire knocked off the runs, which was 37 for the loss of 2 wickets. Just going back to the Barry Richards situation, I was right actually. He played, according to this, he played 4 test matches, all against Australia, before South Africa's exclusion from the international scene in 1970.
Yeah, they used to be on there back in those days of Gordon Greenwich's 277-ish. Top trumps. That was on the Barry Richards card. I remember 4 test matches. You knew if whoever you were playing top trumps with could see you'd got Barry Richards, they'd always say whoever it was on their card, number of tests would be probably more than Barry's because it was just the 4 because of that reason.
Tom Bess is, well, he's not laying flat out anymore, which is good news, but clearly it's a real problem for him. Mohammed Riaz, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, he says, yes, Richards played 4 tests against a very poor and tired Australia in 69-70 and made hay, averaging over 70. Great batters who took apart Thompson and Lilly at Northlands Road in 1975. So a great batter. But as you know, Test cricket is a different beast, and it would have been nice to see him play more tests, possibly for England. This is Mohammed Riaz.
As these blows go, I mean, we know they're painful. This looks particularly bad at that pace of Sonny Baker, wincing at the thought. Don Bess has even dropped his strides for the moment. Going back up, I'm pleased to say. But, yeah, that is... The poor lad, as somebody once said on a commentary.
He's not been happy over. Clonked full on the helmet and then hit where you don't want to be hit as well. I mean, gosh,
Yeah.
It wouldn't make you want to sort of carry on batting. I'm sure
No.
I'm sure he's okay, but I think if that was me, I think, do you know what, I'll just call it a day. Thank you very much, guys. John Williams has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I was wondering where the contracted England players, Root, Brook are they sunning themselves in some foreign clime? Should they be playing more domestic games? Fans are not getting value for money, says John Paul, who's in Dorset. I think you know what Root's doing. I think I heard you say it. Is he going to be playing 2 out of these games?
3.
3.
Harry 2 and Joe 3.
Good. Just not this one.
I don't think a 4th one for Joe has yet been completely ruled out, but certainly 3 I think have been named. Don't ask me which ones now because I'll get confused. They're not. I think there's a bit of overlap.
Well, if he's not played the first 2, there's not many more that he won't be playing.
Let me get an accurate accurate reminder of that. Just a sec.
So, lengthy delay here. Poor Don Bess. But at least he's standing up now. Still be a little while yet before we get a resumption in play. Just a reminder, 107 for 7 Yorkshire. They need another notional 319 to win. It's all about how long they can keep this second innings going. Set fair. Bess is 2 not out. George Hill is 17 not out. Finley Bean made 33 before he was the first wicket to fall this morning after 10 minutes. Just added 4 to his overnight total. LBW to Kyle Abbott and Harry Duke hooking Sonny Baker. Eddie Jack right on the fine leg boundary. Far into the ground for 10.
Well, you, my friend, called for Yorkshire to show some ticker this morning, and if it hangs around a fair while after this, I don't think you can say anything other than he's done that. Don Bess, Yorkshire's skipper, of course, in this match, in the absence of Johnny Bairstow, has taken 2 huge blows in an over that, well, we've not timed it, have we? But that's got to be a 10-minute over, I think. Something like that, maybe more, maybe a 12-minute over. No, Shannon Gabriel hasn't been bowling it, folks. Took about 8 minutes to bowl one at Taunton a few years ago when he was playing for Yorkshire.
Did he?
That was without stoppages,
Yeah.
apart from his own.
Now, I've got a good email here. You'll enjoy this one. Eddie Jack's in. Oh, he's almost played onto his stumps there. George Hill just bounces away behind the woodwork. Now, this is an email from Catherine Doig, who's emailed before, and as soon as I read the email, I remember. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It's Eddie Jack's aunt here, Dr. Kate. Back to enjoy the season, loving the commentary as always. Poor Don Bess. Remember, this is Dr. Kate. Not a happy over for the poor lad. You said, that's a nice drive up towards mid-off, so that'll be a single for George Hill, takes him on to 18. Poor Don Bess, says Dr. Kate, not a happy over for the poor lad. You said, not sure what the physio can do for his second injury in the gentleman's area. Really, it's sympathy and a cold pack, plus Labour-style breathing patterns. Hope he's okay soon, poor chap. So there's a doctor's...
One of the extended family then, Catherine.
Yeah.
I think Doig is probably from tracing my own surname once years ago. I think it's a Scottish derivative, or, you know.
Is it? So it's along the same lines as your surname?
Yep.
Doig.
I'm sure Catherine will know her own heritage and probably tell me that's completely wrong, but I know it's an old Anglo-Saxon name in the first place.
Okay.
We raided 1,000 years and more ago and stuck around.
Eddie Jack in. Best gets a short one, tries to pull it away. I think he's got an inside edge onto his helmet. Here we go. See, I think we're going to have a physio on again.
It's like a game of football for Dom, isn't it? Why don't you just play some keepy-uppy out there?
He must feel like he'd rather be anywhere else but out there in the middle at the moment. So we're going to have another stoppage, everybody. This one's not a full-on blow. I think either the arm or the glove took most of the impact and it really just popped onto his helmet. But because it's hit the helmet, we need a stoppage. Well,
I mean, you know, Dom, he's a warrior out there for his adopted county. If you can keep it going, Dom, for a few hours longer, with all these stoppages, you know,
well, it's going to
still be a draw in this.
I mean, the rate he's going, if he's out there for a couple of hours, he's going to be hit umpteen times.
Kind of like a dartboard, isn't he?
Gosh almighty. But he's taking time out of the game.
Obviously, it's a shame that Bumble isn't here because having seen what we saw in the previous over with Dom, the unmentionables, he could have come out with his Jeff Thompson story, I suppose, and probably lots of sympathy.
Poor Don Bess. Yes. He must feel like...
He does tell a great story about that as Bumble, but I can't spoil it by telling you on air.
Okay.
Have to come and see him in action.
Well, you spoilt it by sort of teasing it, really. Let's get through one or two more emails while we wait for another helmet to come out. This is from Alex Trott, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Good morning. He says, just wanted to say how pleased I was with how Ben Brown and Jake Lehman batted yesterday. Looked so aggressive but controlled. Yes, it was a wonderful partnership. 172 for the fifth wicket. Could someone explain the contract Lehman has signed, as I don't understand Is he an overseas player, or has he signed a similar deal to Abbott when he joined all those years ago? Well, Abbott joined as a coal pack, which in those days you were okay, and it still allowed the county to have other overseas players. But that changed when Brexit occurred. So there is no coal pack effectively. You're either homegrown or you're overseas. And Abbott, along with a lot of other players who were in a similar boat, their deals were changed to overseas deals. Jake Lehman is different. He qualifies as non-overseas. So he plays effectively as a homegrown player. We are going to get a resumption as Eddie Jack bowls, and it's down the leg side. So Jake Lehman, even though he's effectively Australian, situation means that he is allowed to play as effectively a domestic player over here. Has signed a 2-year deal, which allows Hampshire to play both Abbott and Yusuf as overseas. That's where we're at. Here's Jack again. That's pulled away. He's got all the bat on this one. Goes down to fine leg. And Best moves on to 3. Probably the hardest 3 he's ever made. 109.47. Email here from Robert Timms, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, read the live stream conundrum. He says, for me in Birmingham, the Yorkshire Cricket live stream has worked all 4 days and is now. That's right. It was just one person that emailed in, Dave Allen. He hasn't since, so I guess he's got it working now. He says the utilitabowl.com live stream hasn't worked on any of the days of the match. I'm not sure, because I think I haven't tried it, so I can't comment on that one. That's pushed out quietly into the covers, end of the over. And Yorkshire have been batting for close on an hour and 20 minutes this morning. And they've taken their score on from 65 to 5 to 109.47. If it makes you feel better about phenomenon, I can never say statistics. See, I can say that one. He says, luckily stats will do. Yes, well, unfortunately, there isn't a short version of phenomenon. See, I'm getting teased on this now. Any email that comes in that says phenomenon or something similar in it, I won't be reading it.
No. I'm not going to tell you what my word is then.
What is it?
No, I'm not going to tell you. Sonny Baker is going to bowl here to Don Bess. He's been challenged by the pace of Sonny Baker. He's just dropped a man on a catch backward of square leg, and he's in now and bowling to Bess, who's only half forward to that, unsurprisingly, looking to work it to leg. It's ballooned out into the offside, and there is no run. Well, by some means or other, Yorkshire have so far survived about an hour and 20 minutes. We've not seen much play in the last 15 of those, maybe more, due to the man who's on strike at the moment, going very much through the pain barrier. Baker then, his little diddle at the start of his run-up. Comes in past Saggers, it's up there to drive, an invitation accepted, and Don Bess will welcome that with open arms and the open face of his bat. Wide of off stump, and he opened the face and drove it square on the offside for 4. Nicely played, and certainly showing some ticker for his team. 7 for Bess, 113.47, and in a match in which Yorkshire have already used 2 substitutes. Would have been beyond the realms, would it? If a third one had been brought in at that point. I mean, these are, very tough times getting whacked on the helmet. The first one was an almighty blow, and then the second in a different area. It's one wide of off stump from Baker. Bess happy to watch that one go by. George Hill, meanwhile, he's watched most of this from the other end in the last 20 minutes or so. 18 on the board and 18 on his back. Yorkshire were 65 for 5 this morning. They've added a few. They've lost 2. Finley Bean for 33 LBW to Kyle Abbott. And then Harry Duke, who got under a short ball and pulled it straight to long leg, where it was taken by Eddie Jack off this man, Sonny Baker, who's again bowling a good length delivery for Best to be able to get forward to and defend. It's been a good cricket deck. I think you mentioned that a few times during the match so far. You'd have to agree with that. Baker again tossing the ball left hand to right, carefully places it in the right hand. Again does his hop, skip and a jump. Jonathan Edwards style is in, short ball again, and this time Bess doesn't have to resort to a third or fourth helmet in the match, because he just about managed to avoid it by doing the limbo.
He had to get very low there, didn't he? That didn't really feel like a bouncer.
And seriously speaking, I know we've had a little bit of a giggle, but I hope there are no longer term effects for Dom, because you never know with these things, do you? It was a quick delivery that hit him on the helmet, the first one in particular. Now then, there's been a thought about a change in the field, and change in the field has come in a different way, I think, to what it looked like it was going to do. So there's a leg slip, about a second slip, a gully, a man in front of square on the leg side, as well as a short leg. The man in front of square would be for a mistimed pull, really, and there's also a man in a catching position at a shortish mid-wicket. I think we probably know what's coming. Yep, the full-length delivery. Try and play the 5-card trick. Well defended by Dom Bess on that occasion, I should say. So 45 overs complete. 16 have gone so far this morning. That's all in an hour and 23 minutes of play. 113 for 7. Yorkshire, Hampshire still needing 3 further wickets. And Yorkshire trying to string it out.
Yeah, well, they've lost 2 wickets this morning. Hill could have gone. He was dropped at first slip when he was just on 4. He has 18 currently. Email a second one from Mohammed Riaz today, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Just to follow up on Barry Richards, he was the only batter I've seen who thrashed Derek Deadly Underwood around in county cricket. You might have played against Underwood and know that he was very difficult to hit out of the attack as Eddie Jack comes in outside the off stump and Hill leaves alone. I think I only played against him once, and that was enough because he actually did get me out at Canterbury. Give me the old 3-card trick. Couple of, he didn't bowl loopy spin, because he actually, as a spinner, he was actually quite quick. But he gave me a couple of slower balls, and I thought, okay. And then the next ball I tried to hit, and it was quick, really quick, and it slid under my bat, and I was bowled. Done like a kipper. Jack again, legs balls played out into the vacant interior. 115 for 7. And I remember Chris Cowdery, because in those days you sort of would have a drink at the end of the day, not all the time, but sometimes. And I remember we were in the Bat and Ball pub, and Chris Cowdery came up to me and just said, "You got done there, didn't you?" He said he's done lots of players like that, which sort of made me feel a little better.
What?
Not much. So, we have had an hour and 25 minutes play this morning in beautiful weather, and I look to the right, as we always do here, when you look to see what's coming, and it all looks okay. An applause there for something, not quite sure what that was about. I was looking up in the sky. But clearly some people on the ground enjoyed something. Jack in again. Leg slip in here as well. as he bowls, very short. And Ben Brown jumps above his head, and Martin Saggers at square leg signals are wide. No, I have to say that was very high. I think it's fair to say that Dom Bess will be peppered to what's happened to him. Whilst it's not nice, it is very much part of the game. It's probably a little shaky out there, and he'll be determined to show that he's not. He's got wrapped on the inside leg. What's he going on? This is probably his most painful innings ever, and not from a watching point of view, but just from the amount of hits that he's receiving.
There could be a Brian Close-like photograph at the end of this one. Remember that? 76 West Indies.
I do. Yes, that wasn't. That's on YouTube if you want to watch that. That's not great watch, is it? Really, it's horrible. Did he jack into Bess way outside off stump? I've said this story before, but when I first joined Middlesex in 1980, and we used to practice, and we used to go to the tavern for lunch. That was lunch provided. It wasn't on the ground. It was. And when you walk into a tavern, in those days, there used to be a photo of Brian Close in the physio's room after that day's play, showing, he had his shirt off, showing all the bruises on his body. He thought, oh, is this professional cricket?
It's a classic cricket photograph, that, isn't it?
It is. Here's Jack again, short, but down the leg side.
Yeah, so I've got a definitive answer on the Harry and Joe front from Josh Wilmer, the Yorkshire media man. Joe is booked for Sussex, the next home game, Somerset, which is an away match, and then Surrey back here. There is a gap of a week for the Warwickshire game in between, which Harry is playing in, and he's also in the Surrey match. Not sure what the reason for Joe not playing at Edgbaston is, or if indeed he may, who knows. But at the moment he's booked for 3.
Jack switching to round the wicket, short. Bess ducks underneath it. Yeah, they're coming thick and fast at the moment for Dom Bess. End of the over, 115 for 7. So that's good. Well, that's good that he's playing some games.
Yeah. Although I think I'm right in saying, well, certainly at Lord's a couple of seasons ago when Shan Masood was still playing and both Harry and Joe played, Yorkshire lost to Middlesex. So is it a good omen? Well, you'd always want them on your side, wouldn't you, of course. What else was I going to say? Yeah, so Yorkshire, week off this coming week. There's no match for them Friday, but a week on Friday here against Sussex, the next Yorkshire Championship match. The women's team has got some cricket in the meantime, by the way. They're playing down at the Oval on Wednesday against Surrey in the 50-over competition, and here against the Blaze next Saturday. Started off with that narrow defeat by Somerset at Taunton over the weekend. Sonny Baker going to bowl here to George Hill. Still half an hour to go to lunch. It feels like a long drawn-out morning session, this one, and yet in reality it's not going to be as long as the last couple of days. Full-length delivery defended by George Hill. Maybe it's because I've been stuck with you for 90 minutes now, Kev, rather than just the usual half an hour.
Is that what's made it long?
Yeah.
It's nice, isn't it? I always sing your praises when you come down to
Get mine in first.
I always tell Hampshire what a lovely bloke you are when you come down. I say, look after Doidgy because he's a nice guy.
Here's Sonny Baker in again. And George just guiding that one through third man. He's going to pick up 4 runs. Knows where the man is down there, open the face, and just ran it into the gap. 23 now to him, 119 for 7. We got on the socials. huge amount at the moment. Nick Moxon wants to know, can you ask Kevin how many wickets the phenomenal Shane Warne took for Hampshire? It's got him busy.
Shut him up.
Baker in. Oh, good delivery. Passes George Hill's outside edge on the rise, and then appears to swing after it does so because Ben Brown took that tumbling away to his left. Sussex, by the way, now need 40 with still 5 second innings wickets in hand if they're going to beat Warwickshire down at Hove. So that's looking on, although cricket being cricket, not assured. Nottinghamshire still need 5 Glamorgan second innings wickets to ram home their advantage at Trent Bridge, the champions. Surrey are still 1 down against Leicestershire and 100 runs behind with those 9 second innings wickets in hand as Baker bowls to Hill, who defends. Derbyshire 32 for 1, needing a further 106 to beat Lancs in Division 2 at Old Trafford, and that would be a bit of a feather in the Derbyshire caps, you would have thought. And Kent, they're 5 down in their second innings, still 275 behind Northants. But they're still in search of wickets, the visitors down at Canterbury.
66 first-class games for Hampshire, Shane Warne. 276 wickets at 25 apiece, 18 5-wicket hauls.
Get to Hill, who's going to get 4 more in pretty much the same way as he did earlier in the over, just using the pace of the ball, guiding it into the gap. Nicely played. And 120 now for 7 Yorkshire. George's score on the board is on 24, and they've got the dot against Dom Bess, so we just check in on George. Of course, my mind was telling me he was more than 24. 27, I think he may be. Baker, final ball of the over. And this one slanted away down the leg side and taken by Brown down by his ankles. So the end of that 47th over. Just the 78 overs for Yorkshire to try and survive here with 3 second innings wickets in hand. 120 for 7. I'll sort out the George Hill score for you. Could be 23, could be 24. I think it might be 27.
Doidgy does that. Let me see a picture of a helicopter going overhead on the live picture feed. Ed has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Great commentary. Thank you, Kevin. BBC Leeds. That's your name now, BBC Leeds.
Thank you very much.
Also really enjoyed the Yorkshire feed at the weekend, but now only listening to the commentary. As I'm back at work today, and in brackets, pretending to work. Here's Eddie Jack. Length ball, best drives back to the bowler. Good game by Hampshire, but always feel for Yorkshire as they lose so many of their best to ECB central contracts. I'm looking forward to a good Hampshire County Championship season this year. White ball team has been great for a while, but I'm hoping the red ball team catches up, especially as I'm planning to take my children to their first county championship games this season, starting with Somerset this coming weekend. We'll be there on the Saturday afternoon as Eddie Jack comes in again and bowls, and Bess is off the back foot and works that into the gap in the covers. He should only pick up a single. He does. Moves on to 8. A painful 8 for him. 124 for 7. We've been going to the blast for a while, but finally think that the children are old enough at 7 and 4 years old to enjoy the finest version of domestic cricket that there is. I just hope the ice cream van is in attendance. My children will be very upset if it isn't. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was there for the first game of the season. I must admit I wasn't looking out for it, but I'm sure it will. Here's Eddie Jack. Comes to George Hill. Hill's played quite nicely this morning. He's worked out to wide mid on. He moves on to 28, apart from being dropped on 4. Max England has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Great to be back. Nice to see Hampshire putting in a better performance after last week. Do you happen to know what's going on with John Turner? I know he struggled with injury last season, but is he fit again? My understanding is no, he's not fit, unfortunately. I think he might be out for a little while longer yet. I'm not quite sure how long, but yeah, he's unfortunately still injured. Has a real problem with his back at the moment. Jack comes in once more, bowls to Dom Bess. Probably a short ball coming soon. There it is. Bess has to get down low there for that one. He really is getting peppered out there. Just to repeat, if you're just joining us, he got a very, very nasty short delivery which hit him full on the helmet to Sonny Baker. Then very soon after that, after a lengthy stoppage, he got hit where you don't really want to be hit as a batter and was flat out on the deck for quite a while. And then to this man bowling here, soon after that, he got whacked hard on the inside leg. And actually, they tried to hook one and got another one on the helmet. That's a thick outside edge. It's running away down to third man. So it's been a hard-fought 10 now, or 11. Make that 11. They run through for 3. Good running George Hill running to the danger end. And Dom Bess is 11. We'll probably... I think it's one of those innings that he'll remember for quite a while, but not for the right reasons. Andrew Marshall has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, my brother played for Staffordshire against a young Willis. He told me he remembered thinking, quite get this. I probably should have read this before I read it out. I didn't quite get this. I'll have to read the email first. That's a flat back to Eddie Jack, who gets a boot on that one, and the ball ricochets out towards mid-off, and the batters will pick up 2, 130 for 7. Just let me read this out again. I'll leave this to you, Doidgy. I'm obviously not quite getting this email. Oh, Willis. Oh, of course,
Right.
Bob Willis.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, I should know. There is, yeah. So, Andrew Marshall says, my brother played for Staffordshire against a young Willis, meaning Bob Willis. He told me he remembered thinking, what the hell was that, as the ball flashed past him. He didn't really see it. Andrew Marshall's a Yorkie, he says. Believe me, I think at any level, Doidgy probably had that as well, but I can believe you. I can tell you that quite a few games that I played first-class cricket, I also thought the same.
Yeah. Well, I do once remember taking a blow flush on the helmet where I got into position to play a pull shot, which was just about my favourite shot. And this ball hit me, and I wasn't even a quarter of the way through the shot, and just thinking, gee, I'm in trouble here, because it was far too quick for me. And it wouldn't have been at Sonny Baker's pace. Cody Youssef, though, is back into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, and lovely drive from Dom Bess. That'll make him feel a whole lot better. First kind of proper shot, if you like, that he's been able to play since he was in the wars, and he did get on the front foot to that one. Yeah, it's not a nice place to be, is it, if you know that your opponent has just got that ability to get a ball through quicker than you're able to get there yourself. Youssef then into his 12th over here. Hasn't yet taken a second in his wicket. Best forward and defending that. You do have to take your hat or maybe your helmet off to Dom Bess, because he's withstood that. Sonny Baker has now come off, and he was clearly a man who's going to rush a lot of players, not just Dom Bess, to take those couple of hefty blows and come out the other side. Credit to him.
Yeah, this is where you really do see the fighters in your side, who fights and who doesn't.
Short ball again. Surprise from Cody Youssef, and Bess happy to watch that one sail by around about helmet level. Well, we see Liam Dawson come into the attack. He's just doing a little bit of a warm-up, as if he might be brought in to try and get to the tail. Neither of which these two batters are. I remember who's still to come now. There's been so many changes in the Yorkshire side since this match started, Kev. So that's slanted down the leg side and missed. There's still Logan van Beek, who we'd have to assume would be next, and then Ben Cliff would be last man.
Code?
Ben Code, of course, as well. Yeah, they're only 7 down, aren't they? No. Yeah? Yes. Sorry. So Ben was used as a night watchman in the first innings, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Second.
Yeah, I know.
It's become confusing with 13 players.
They played a squad in this game, haven't they, Yorkshire?
Too confusing for me, anyway. Here's Yusuf, and that's played to Dawson at mid-on. No run. So, yeah, it'll be Van Beek, you would think, coming in next. Ben Cliff, of course, was already used as night watchman. There you go. So that's the confusion. So Ben Cliff's already in and out. So it will be Van Beek next, and Ben Code, that is, will presumably have to suffer the ignominy of being number 11. Won't like that one. Well, Ben?
Doesn't like that one.
Won't fancy that, no. He's 6 for 7. Don Bess on 15. Yusuf in and bowling, and that one played along the deck to Liam Dawson. I can hear cries of "bend your back." People of yesteryear from the side of the pitch if we'd have stopped it with our foot, Kev. That's what Liam Dawson just did.
He's Liam Dawson.
He's Liam Dawson. He does what he likes. Expecting that chant when we go down to your place in August. Here's Yusuf again, edged this time by Bess. Just tentatively pushed at that, but he's got it away, fortunately for him, wide of the cordon, and picked up 4 through the vacant third man region. So Yorkshire had gone from 65 for 5 overnight to 140 for 7. They're still chewing up a few balls, I suppose, in more ways than one in this match. And George Hill will be on strike on 30.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the whole, to have only lost 2 wickets after an hour and 45 is okay. I mean, the morning session didn't start very well, with Finley being out in the first 10 minutes, and then George Hill offered that chance not long after that. It could have been a lot worse. Tom Hilborn Linley has emailed as we watch Liam Dawson get ready to bowl. Far in Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk. This is one for you, Doige. I'm Hampshire born and bred, but currently reside in West Yorkshire. My question is, why do Yorkshire not play in Sheffield? Is this not the largest city in the UK without a cricket presence at first-class level? Thanks always for the coverage, says Tom. He's in Meltham.
Oh, from Huddersfield way, yeah.
Is it right? So why no cricket at Sheffield then? Here's Liam Dawson. And the forward is Hill.
The last time I looked, I wasn't a member of staff at Yorkshire who makes such decisions. So,
No. But I thought you might have heard.
No, they've. No cricket in Sheffield for. Well, let's get you a definitive on that one.
There we are. He's on the move there, playing that one. Is Hill looking for a single as it goes out into the covers? So there is a short leg and a first slip. We've got Toby Albert on. There's a subfielder. I've got very lovely weather. It's definitely the best weather of the days we've been playing this game so far. Dawson, he's just lost his footing, didn't have the ball quite in his hand properly. I don't quite know what. It's unusual for Liam Dawson, actually, to sort of start running in and stop him. Dawson again. Well, there is George Hill. Dave in Reading has emailed hampshirecricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, good morning and enjoying the coverage as usual. Now, regarding the blows Don Bess has taken today, we've already had a doctor's view of it earlier. But there, steers it out on the onside, and particularly the blow in the sensitive area. It's hard to know what the physio can do, but it pales into insignificance compared to this is what happened some years ago. Sometimes all you can do is laugh. He sent me a link to a YouTube clip, which I'll have a look at the end of this over. Down the wicket, driving up to mid-off for a single is George Hill. 141 for 7.
1996, 9th of May 1996, the last match played in Sheffield First Class, Abbott.
Okay.
Yorkshire played Derbyshire there, and the last time, of course, there was any cricket in Bramall Lane a lot earlier than that, 1973.
A while ago. Here's Dawson. It's turned. Oh, he's beaten the outside edge. That's a good delivery to Tom Bess. It's a perfect left arm spinner's delivery. I'm just trying to watch this video clip, which is just I think I've missed the throw. Comes in from the outfield. It's a New Zealand game. Somebody's flat out. What's happened there then? Batter's flat out on the pitch. I'll have the sound on, obviously. I might have to watch at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Is it New Zealand and the West Indies looking at the ground?
Yeah.
Which ground that is, actually.
He's in a world of trouble, whoever it is, on the deck.
Anyway.
Cody Youssef then to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. 13 minutes to go before the lunch break. Hampshire would love to wrap it up in those 13 minutes.
Funniest moments ever in cricket. New Zealand versus India. Oh, it's in India. Mark Richardson gets cramp mid-shot. Oh, yes. Oh, my God, yeah.
In comes Youssef then. That's turned to leg by Hill for a single.
Actually plays the shot. He plays a sweep shot and gets cramp. And falls flat out.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Not funny when you first get cramp, is it, when you don't know what it is?
Oh.
I remember it felt like being shot in the calf. First time I got it. Playing football, that was. 42 for 7. Best 19. Back on strike. Partnership since that previous wicket went down. Now worth 45. Youssef in and bowling. And Bess drops out into the offside. And they get a single.
This is a good email. Who's David Raker's written in, suggesting that the Sonny Baker and Dom Bess scenario, where Sonny Baker, as we've mentioned already, hit him Fulham in the helmet and then in the unmentionables, is a bit of Devon rivalry between the two.
Short ball from Youssef. Hill ducks away underneath it.
So David says, hoping Hampshire can wrap this game up soon. The backstory to that over when Sonny Baker floored Dom Bess might just be that it was Torquay's finest against Sidmouth's finest. I'm a Hampshire supporter, but in recent seasons have adopted Devon as my favourite county in the National Counties Cricket Association competitions, and I know people down there are very proud of both players. Best wishes to Hampshire and Devon for the season. This, of course, originally started at Somerset.
Ball short of length, punched away into the offside by George Hill. Nicely played. That'll take him to 36 and the score to 147 for 7. Applause is for the 50 partnership, which has taken them 61 balls to get to, and a bit of pain along the way. Here comes Youssef again. Shuffling in, past umpire Saggers, goes short. George happy to duck out of the way of that one. Nick Briggs is not happy at all. He likes a good old chunter, does Nick? Rumour has it that, a bit like the old Bobby Charlton story from George Best, Nick gets up on a morning, looks in the mirror and smiles and says, thank God that's over for the rest of the day. Because his email says, Yorkshire, quite simply pathetic. Yet again, it looks like we've gone for the cheap, inferior options when it comes to overseas recruitment. And what have the coaches been doing all winter? The team seems ill-prepared. What about the fitness and conditioning team with the bowlers dropping like flies already? Kindest regards, a disgruntled Nick Briggs. Hill opens the face and runs it out to point. And there is no run to complete that over, 147 for 7. Well, the two players who've gone down in this match, Nick, I don't think fitness and conditioning could have done much with sickness bugs. Guess you weren't aware. I'm guessing you weren't with the tone of your email.
So I'm just checking on the Yorkshire Cricket website that the live stream is working, because it is, because Dave Allen, poor Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, has emailed and said that he's still struggling to get it going. I think if you just scroll down a little bit on the front page of the Yorkshire Cricket website, Dave, it's definitely happening, because I've just done it on my computer. Dawson starts a new over and Bess is forward. He's made it to 20, and I think there was a time when none of us believed that that would be happening. Been stretchered off at one stage, but he's out there fighting hard for his team. Still the short leg and the slip in for Dawson. Man on the drive on the offside and one on the leg side as well. That's quietly turned into the hands of short leg. So Dave, you've got to, hopefully you're still trying and you've heard this, and that's all you need to do. And that was just one way I tried. Dawson. Bess forward. Looks a little more settled now, Don Bess. No, there's no Sonny Baker.
Classic line of commentary incoming.
Oh dear.
And he's gone.
Yes, that's true. Bess drives out into the covers. We've got 7 minutes till lunch. Well, I mean, by all accounts, Yorkshire are going to survive until then. The worst possible thing could have happened this morning, of course, and lose 5 wickets inside the session. That would have not been great at all, but they're still fighting as that's pushed up to mid-on. Still looking away to my right, and the weather, we're going to get a good amount of playing yet. You might need a bit of time here. Dawson. Best drives, and that's a good diving stop in the covers. Eddie Jack throws the ball in at the bowler's end. Bess is home. End of the over. Dawson 2 overs, none for 2. Yorkshire 148 for 7.
Refereeing says, good afternoon, JD. Loving the extended comms that yourself and Kev are providing. You're always my favourite duo. You can get that, Kev. So much so that when the Yorkies aren't playing, Hants are my go-to. Looking forward to the August meeting and a better result. Yeah. Well, if you're a Hampshire supporter, you're not going to get much of a better result than the way it's going at the moment. It's not done yet.
When we get to that point of the season, it could be interesting. Who needs a result, who doesn't? I mean, at the moment, it's still early season. You still need a result, but by then, it's a little different.
Yeah. Yusuf in and bowling, and Bess solidly behind it and defending. Still 3 slips and a gully. A point. Left him a gap to the covers. There's been very little to drive in that area today. Good luck if you wanted to play a cover drive on the final morning. Kyle Abbott, who's at mid-off, was not offering much up in the way of those. Liam Dawson's at mid-on. There's a yawning gap as well between he and backward square leg of about 40 yards. And then there's also a long leg in place in the shadow of the more or less deserted Howard stand. Bess drops this latest delivery into the offside. Kyle to field, they get through for 1.
Here from Ken Bryant, HampshireCricket.co.uk. He's in Ashurst, lovely spot that, just outside Southampton, going towards the New Forest. He says, thank you both and Liam for great commentary during the match and plenty of laughs as well. Just wanted to know if Ben Mays is okay, as can't see him on the field, and wondered if he had picked up an injury. I must admit, I didn't realise that. I know Toby Albert's on as a sub-fielder.
Short ball from Yusuf, and again, George Hill watched it well and ducked nicely.
I'll try and find out later on. Hopefully he's okay. I've not heard anything.
Shame it's not the first morning. Glorious conditions. Mind you, if it had been the first morning, 149 for 7 could have been an interesting situation.
It's actually pleasant being in the commentary box today. Even though we're in the pavilion, I think 2 days ago it was so cold in here. So cold.
Yeah,
It's lovely now.
It was Baltic when I walked in yesterday morning. Short ball again, and similar. No shot played to it by George. That's signal. The couple in the over, says Martin Saggers. Those who are here, I think, have all been chained to their seats down to our left. Good cricket being played by Hampshire in this match. So much the case with the hosts, who are still 276 runs behind with just 3 second innings wickets in hand as George Hill defends again into the offside. He's done plenty of that this morning, which is what's been required. He was 1 not out overnight from 7 deliveries. He's added a further 35 this morning from a further 68 balls.
He's looked good this morning. Hasn't put a foot wrong, just that one edge that was put down, but other than that, he's looked very solid, doesn't he?
Yeah, good. Again, good. It's out in the middle for him, but it's been hit there. That's a short ball from Yusuf, and he's tried to get leg side of it, but sort of lost his balance in the process. Been hit maybe arm, maybe chest area. Seems to be okay. He's worn it, and he's gone off for a chat with Don Bess in the middle at the end of the over. 149 for 7.
Yeah, he's not, having just said he's looked very solid. Didn't play that very well. He took his eye off it. Got hurried there.
So we're going to have just the one more over, I think, before the lunch break.
Time to read this email out from Stephen Eason. Sorry, apologies, my cold is still around, so I sound a bit nasally. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Listening from northern France and hoping to hear Hampshire polish this off before too long. Great to see the team bouncing back so well from the thumping by Essex. Just waiting for Tom Prest to put some more protective gear on. We're going to have a short leg, and it looks like we're going to have a silly point, maybe silly mid off. Once he puts his helmet on, anyway. Looking forward to another season of unbeatable commentary. Hoping to be at the Utilita for at least one day of the Somerset match next week. Best wishes for the new season. Some bowls. Forward is Bess, who plays it out on the offside, and hoping that Pompey can stay up. Got a bit of work to do in the Championship. So 3 men around the bat for Dawson, who's in again from that football stand end. Bess is off the back foot, hits press, although the ball bounces first.
Probably just saying to him, it's your turn now, pal.
That's right. I've had my fair share.
Yeah,
Now it's time for you lot.
In action tonight, by the way, at Old Trafford.
Who's your lot?
Leeds.
Or is that your lot? This is forward. What's happening with Leeds these days then?
Well, they've been stringing together lots of draws, winning many of them in the last few months, but not playing badly. But they are still not out of the woods relegation-wise.
Food's arrived, Doige. That's given me a bit of a lift, that. That's nicely played through mid-wicket. And that will be 4 runs for Don Bess, who moves on to 26. Can you tell in my voice? I've suddenly just ratcheted it up a bit whilst I saw that food arrive.
Yeah. Thanks to Josh for bringing that in. Service with a smile here at Headingley today. Not too much smiling been going on from those of a Yorkshire persuasion, given the match sitch.
153 for 7. We have 2 balls left. The clock is showing 1:01. Oh my gosh, I've got to go.
And that was a dot ball. Liam Dawson with Bess just defending into the offside. Ball of the session then on the final day. Dawson just makes Bess wait an extra moment before coming in and delivering now. And Don Bess with a forward defensive push to complete the session then at a minute after 1 o'clock on the final day, with Yorkshire on 153 for 7. 54 overs into their second innings of the match. They began the day 65 for 5. Have lost the wickets of Finley Bean LBW to the excellent Kyle Abbott for 33. 90 balls, 137 minutes and 5 fours for Finley, who survived the first couple of overs. And then George Hill dropped when he was on 4 before Harry Duke, who'd batted with him for a while, about 45 minutes or so, was caught by Eddie Jack down at long leg off the bowling of Sonny Baker, a short ball that Harry, sort of helped on its way, really, with the pace of the ball. And safely snaffled by Eddie Jack. Duke was gone for 10 from 30 balls, 41 minutes and 2 fours. And then we saw Don Bess, Yorkshire's acting captain, go through the wars with a couple of fearsome short balls from Sonny Baker. In particular, he got hit on the helmet twice, did Don, but the first one was a quick delivery that hit him smack on the helmet. We've had a couple of lengthy stoppages as a result of that, and another one that hit him amidships, where he was in a world of pain. At Yorkshire, that pretty much summarises their position in this match, really. A world of pain, 153 for 7, a long, long way from saving this match yet, but they have made it through the morning session for the loss of just those 2 wickets, and they live to fight on again this afternoon. Cody Youssef, none for 44 from his 14 overs at the end of that session, and Liam Dawson, who finished the session off, he just took his figures off the board. 3 overs, no maidens, none for 6. So we'll be back after this lunch break with Yorkshire 153 for 7 after 54 overs. Back with you in about 35 minutes or so.
behind the east stand scoreboard will remain open until later. But the one at the back of the Howard stand will be closing very shortly. So the one in the middle, the east scoreboard, will remain open all day. At the back of the Howard stand. players, David Burns and Martin Saggers. Ben Brown, Hampshire. George Hill and Don Bess continue batting for Yorkshire.
Welcome back. Jonathan Doidge and Kev James with you for the what's left of this match. 2 sessions to go officially. Will it last that long? Well, it's still looking doubtful, but Yorkshire are still fighting. They've got the 3 second innings wickets remaining. And this partnership has been, well, by the standards of what we've seen with Yorkshire's batting in the match, one of the more fruitful ones. Don Bess and George Hill. Bess 26 and Hill 36. 153 for 7 after 54 overs of their second innings. Still 71 overs possible remaining in the match. So it will be a very, very good effort if they were able to see it off. But then taking off his sweater for the first session, for the first over of this session, is Kyle Abbott with 13 overs, 8 maidens, 5 for 12 against his name on the board. 9 wickets in the match. Martin Saggers signals up to the scorers just to our left here on the 5th floor to say, are you ready? And we just about are. Lunch was fairly pleasant, I've got to say. Bit of chilli and some wedges. Kyle Abbott in search of his 10th wicket in the match. Makes his way in then from the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Bowls it now. George Hill turns that first ball of the afternoon into the onside.
You know, we only had 25 overs in that morning session.
Yeah. So
chiefly because we were waiting for Don Bess to recover from a full blow on the helmet and then being hit where you don't want to be hit. And then another blow and then another hit and he's in the thigh. It was just... That was the only reason we only got those amount of overs in.
Here's Abbott coming in again. And Hill gets himself 4 through third man. Intended shot, opened the face and played a late-ish cut. He's on to 40, 157 for 7. Yeah, it was a bit like... It's obviously rope-a-dope tactics from Dom. I'll just take all the punishment today, soak it all up, see it through to the end. And then apply the killer blow when he hits that final 6.
There you go.
For Yorkshire to knock off 420 odd. He'll not be laughing then. As Hill steers one out to point, and there is no run.
I won't be the only one. No, he's taken everything that's been thrown at him, hasn't he, so far? I mean, it's incredible.
Well, if it was thrown at him, maybe that's a get out for Yorkshire. Maybe they can appeal
well, there you
against
are.
some suspect bowling actions, possibly, Kev. But making his way in again. Good length ball, defended by George Hill.
There's 88 runs added in those 25 overs this morning.
Yeah. So it was slow to start with, wasn't it? But things were a little bit more fluent. I guess that was a few of those shots that went away through vacant areas like third man when you've got such an attacking field. Once it passes the infield, he's gone. But in for the 5th delivery of this return over. And again, George Hill defending into the offside.
Got an email here from Malachi Crowfield Blackthorne, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Thank you for all the excellent coverage, but I do have one complaint. Due to your comms being the only people that I've really heard the last few days, I spent each evening finding myself thinking in a Yorkshire accent. My mum would be horrified. I don't speak with a Yorkshire accent, do I?
Is Abbott wide of off stump. Hill leaves, so 1 over safely negotiated in the afternoon. Well, it's to be hoped not.
You've got a broad Yorkshire accent.
Aye. Afternoon to Mike Britton, who's back from his holidays and watching, he says. From behind the sofa. No, Mike's a Durham fan, actually, so he'll have to watch this one quite comfortably.
Liam Dawson's going to continue from the football stand end. He had 3 overs just before lunch. Cost 6 runs. Got an email here from John Paul Story, Melissa Story's dad. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and he's listening in from the Galapagos Islands. Have I said that right? Galapagos. Yes. As the sun rises, he says, Dawson gets hit on the leg side by Bess, who moves on to 27.
Just John and a couple of Komodo dragons.
Is that what they have over
I
there?
think they do, don't they? I think I'm sure Sir David went once and did a series or a programme or two, something like that.
Sounds an awesome location. Hoping the game is wrapped up before we move locations and lose Wi-Fi. Thank you. John, nice to hear from you. That's lofted high on over mid-on. That's a lovely shot. A couple of steps down the wicket, and that's gone for 6 into the football stand at the far end. Beautiful piece of timing. Moves on to 46, just George Hill.
Yeah, effortless, wasn't it, really?
Easy as you like.
How is Melissa, by the way? Do you see much of her these days?
Not as much as we used to, obviously, because she used to be a regular before she moved down to Bristol and plays for Gloucestershire Women. I saw she played yesterday. She was keeping wicket for Gloucester. Not yesterday. Saturday. They were playing against Glamorgan. She was keeping wicket, I saw, which is not something she often does for them. Didn't get too many runs, I don't think.
Never forget that day that the three of us did at Hampshire.
When we were talking about North-South. We got loads of emails, didn't we?
That was a great fun day.
It wasn't it? Overtook the cricket. We had so many. It was a crazy, crazy day. Here's Dawson. Bowls and... Oh, Hill pushes forward. Maybe inside edge onto the pad. Stifled appeals. She did a couple of commentaries with me last year. And that was about all. Yeah, I keep in touch from time to time. She did a lot of TMS stuff during the winter and doing some of the games. It's pushed out to silly mid-off where Tom Prest is fielding. 6-4 for 7. Still lots of overs left in the day. Less than just under 70 overs. Plenty of time. Dawson. Down the wicket comes Hill again. He's got a little bit more underneath that, but he's still going a long way over mid-on. Wide mid-on this time, and it's 6 runs again. And that's his 50. So
Yep.
86 balls, 7 fours, and those 2 sixes in this over.
An 18th first-class 50 for George to go with those 4 centuries he scored.
Expensive drop in terms of the innings, where he was dropped on 4, but in terms of the game, not much so. Not at the moment, anyway, because Yorkshire from here still need another 256, which is nothing to worry about at the moment. Ball's on the back foot. Place that back to Dawson, and that's the end of the over. That spoilt Dawson's figures a little bit. 4 overs, none for 19.
Yeah, so 12 and over. How long is it going to take to knock them off?
Well, you need about 130 a session.
Did it just after tea, maybe?
You never know. You never know. Over the whole history of the game around the world, some crazy results, that's for sure.
70 for 7 then, 73-run partnership between these two. And the man who's about to take strike against Kyle Abbott. So, he headed more than Frank Stapleton, I think, in the first session. As that's up and driven up to mid-off. No, those of a certain age will remember Frank Stapleton was a very good header of the ball, wasn't he? Former Arsenal,
yeah.
Manchester United and Republic of Ireland. Scored a lot. Seems to score more than most players with the head. Again, there's no stats I can say to back that theory up, but it's just what... Maybe it was just goals he scored on telly that seemed to be more often with the head. Here comes Abbott once again. And wide of off stump, and Bess is able to leave that. I think there was a match, would have been late 70s. Am I right in thinking that Frank Stapleton left Arsenal to go to Old Trafford about then? And Super Mac left Newcastle and went to Arsenal. And I think they played each other pretty much in his first match. And he donked one across the face of the goal and into the far corner with his head.
Okay.
Malcolm MacDonald, one of those goals that used to get shown all during the war. Abbott with a pretty good delivery once again, but this time Bess didn't go hard at the ball, and he's got a thickish outside contact on it, and it's again raced away through third man, 4 more. That has absolutely decimated Kyle Abbott's figures, now just the 5 for 20. So he did a whole 8 runs since he got his most recent wicket.
Scored 75 goals for Arsenal, Frank Stapleton, between 74 and 81, 225 appearances. And between 81 and 87, scored 60 goals for Manchester United from 223 appearances.
So I'm wrong, a bit like I was with the Malcolm Marshall article, because I was thinking it was a late 70s match rather than early 80s. So they must have played together at Arsenal for a season or two.
Also played for Bradford City. 68 appearances, scored 2 goals between 91 and 94.
Where are they now? Abbott in again, and Dom Bess dropping this one out square on the offside. There is no run. Dom, of course, fresh from signing that couple of year extension on his contract the other day. Two on his back these days. I think he started off with 47 as his number.
Wonder why he changed.
Maybe he'd rather average 2 than 47 with the ball, obviously. Here's Abbott in, and a lovely defensive push this time to mid-off. Again, there's no run. Just looking around the periphery, not a whole lot going on to pass on any knowledge of. There's a smattering, and it is only a small one, of spectators on the lower tier of the Howard Stand. You can probably count them now. Maybe a dozen. 20 at the most. As Abbott comes in again, Bess flicks off the legs down to long leg. And there's a slight fumble, but it's not going to cost any more than the 1 run. So expensive over from Kyle Abbott, and if I was his captain, I'd be thinking twice about giving him another one now. So 175 for 7. Hill on 52, Bess 32. The partnership now 78.
And 57 overs have been bowled in this Yorkshire second innings. It does seem a good time to be batting at the moment. Bess has worked hard to get into this situation. George Hill had a reprieve early on in his innings, but has played nicely since. They're making Hampshire work quite hard here. I think, weather-wise, I think there's maybe a shower forecast for some point this afternoon, but probably no more. Certainly seems to be a little bit more cloud coming this way, away to our right, but nothing too much to worry about. Dawson bowls forward is Hill. Sorry, Bess it is. Dom Bess. Still 3 men around the bat. Toby Abbott is still on as a sub-fielder. We think Ben Mays is off, or got an email earlier to say he is. I must admit I haven't really had a good look around. Bess is looking for a quick single up to mid-on. There as Joe Weatherly comes in quickly. Dawson takes his time with this next delivery. Still waiting. In he comes and bowls. Best pushes forward. I can hardly see anybody at the far end of the ground. Only nobody to the right, the western terrace. Hasn't been anybody in all 4 days.
No,
So my view is from a spectator point of view, it's pretty sparse.
Yeah, they don't open the Western Terrace.
Not for any championship matches. Oh, that's the little slider, and Bess looking to get room out on the offside as to quickly stab down on that ball.
They've not opened the anything but the lower tier of the Howard stand either for, I think that was the start of last season.
Okay. I can see somebody on the second tier.
Yeah, it might be a member of staff, maybe from inside the building, I don't know.
Oh.
Could be wrong. Could be
Somebody who's climbed up.
Is it somebody with a camera? Maybe.
Somebody there in front of the glass. They probably shouldn't be there. But there's people behind the glass walking around, so you're right, maybe somebody's just opened the door and thought they'd have a watch for a little while. Dawson again. Bowles and Bess quietly pushes forward out onto the offside. Another over completed by Liam Dawson. That was a maiden. 5 overs, none for 9. Sorry, 5 overs, 1 maiden. None for 19. 175 for 7.
I don't know if anybody's ever in the little tower as well at the right-hand side of the Howard stand.
What is that?
I don't know, it's probably match day operations or something like that. They've got one at Trent Bridge, haven't they, near the scoreboard? I think it's part of the scoreboard building, isn't it? Because I was, I got ushered away from where I was when I was off air at one stage during a match at Trent Bridge. Here's Abbott.
The commentary box.
Yeah. Hill defence. I was off air and the girdler was on with whoever. It was during COVID. I remember it was a match. Johnny Best. I was playing in this game, and I'd just gone out to sit on my own. I mean, obviously there was nobody around in COVID. There was nobody at all in the stand. And yeah, somebody with power in the box at the far end of the ground had me moved back inside because nobody was supposed to sit in that stand. Here's Abbott. Again, Hill with a push into the offside to Gubbins, no run. Yeah, so I mean, once you've got a bit of power, it's like that, isn't it, with people?
Or you were doing something wrong.
No, I was just sitting, literally sitting there. In fact, I remember because Johnny was batting with his back to the changing rooms, and I'm obviously we're at the Radcliffe Road end of the ground, and he advanced down the pitch at one point, and he was pointing something out in the stand, and I thought, it's me, he wants me to shift. Comes Abbott. Ooh, good delivery this time. There's an appeal for LBW and given. Ooh, now then. That will be an interesting
He needs
replay.
to get off. He needs to get off.
That will be an interesting replay, and we're going to get it very quickly. The initial feeling from this angle, and it is not the right angle, was that it might have been going over the top. Angle-wise, he did go quite a long way across. And just looking at that again, I'm not sure that is going to clip the top of the bails. But Martin Saggers thought it was. And George Hill has gone for 52. Well put together, patiently put together runs, but he's looking up to the heavens, probably just cursing his luck there, I think. And if he did feel a little bit unlucky, then I think I'd have a bit of sympathy with him. 175 for 8.
I must admit, my first thought when he was hit on the pad was a little high. I've had a quick look at the replay. Probably need to look at it a couple more times again. I think it's one of those. But yeah, he did take a little bit of time going off, and I suppose you can understand that. He's worked very hard for those runs. 78 run partnership for the 8th wicket between him and Don Bess. And when you've worked as hard as he has, there's probably a little bit of disappointment as well, as maybe he feels a little unlucky.
What it does mean, though, is that Kyle Abbott has taken 10 wickets in the match for the...
I can't remember what it was. You put me on the spot there. For what, for Hampshire or for generally?
Everything, really.
Okay, well, I'll quickly give you that.
Hit us with the stats.
I should have been ready with that, but do you know what? I just felt like we were quite a way away from the wicket. I hadn't really got it ready. Sometimes you sort of get a feeling, don't you? My feeling was that we might have to work a little harder for the next wicket. First class, that is his 7th 10-wicket match.
Impressive. And he certainly has been. Logan on Beck is Yorkshire's number 10 in this innings. And he plays that out into the offside. And there is no run first up. Good length ball again from Yaman, who now has figures of 6 for 21 in this Yorkshire second innings. Tail of the tape for George Hill was 52 from 90 deliveries, 149 minutes stay at the crease, and I think that'll do him plenty of good at this point of the season, even though it is apparently in a losing cause. Another good ball on the money from Abbott, and Van Beek has to be watchful. Just Ben Code left to come in for Yorkshire in this second innings.
Yeah, I mentioned it was his 7th 10-wicket haul overall, and it's his 5th for Hampshire.
He's been top draw. He's coming in again. At least Kirk's to the line end of the ground. Bowls it now. Van Beek playing down Bakerloo. And the ball, well, very much down the Hampshire line, if there was one.
There's not one. Like that. Just having a watch of that LBW again. It's not quite as high as I originally thought, actually. Yeah, it's amazing when I mean, obviously the umpire doesn't have the benefit of what I'm doing.
No.
Let's try and get the moment. It's not as high as you think, actually. It's an interesting one. It's Dawson, not as high as I think. Maybe thought you might be different. Best drives out into the covers. Let's do that again.
I suppose really the question is, do you think it's at its highest point when it strikes him? Because if it isn't and it's still got further to travel in the air, then there'd have to be some doubt at least. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, it's hit him just above the knee roll. Do you know what? I'm slowly but surely moving into the realms of that's out. And initially I thought, he might get away with that. But I'm slowly changing my mind. Best drives and a good diving stop out in the covers. So, yeah. And I'm sure Yorkshire people will say, well, but I'm not so sure that's not a bad decision. Still 3 men around the bat for Bess. He's on 32. Cuts that away on the offside. Again, it's Eddie Jack, the fielder. So 2 more wickets for Hampshire now. They've taken 3 of the 5 they need. Some wicketless in this innings. Oh. Comes in again and bowls. And Best just prods forward. Slightly slower delivery, that one from... Just like Bess was on the front foot and just waiting for it to arrive. And Tom Prest is now being moved from silly mid-off to short mid-wicket. Keeps the helmet on. Shortish mid-wicket, he's still walking back. Dawson from that football stand end. Bess works that away on the onside. Chase for Tom Prest. Although that's always going for 4. So Best moves on to 36 and Yorkshire move on to 179 for 8.
Yeah, which means that again they've managed to score more in their second innings than their first. Not that that's saying a whole lot, I know. 177 all out first time, 179 for 8 this time. Richard in Bridlington, good afternoon to you. Unfortunately, it says another disappointing display by Yorkshire with the bat. All the batters, apart from Adam Lythe, are out of touch. Please suggest to Anthony McGrath in your post-match interview that the majority of the team should be playing at Scarborough tomorrow for the second 11. He's kind of questions that we ask, isn't it, rather than suggestions that we make. I don't think we're meant to be.
Well, I think that would be quite a nice phrase.
Tacticians.
You could say to him, might I suggest that some of your players go to Scarborough for the second team?
As Abbott is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Van Beek, and no run.
That'll be good for the rest of the season, you two.
Yeah, in response, he might say, might I suggest that you go and commentate somewhere else?
Phrase is, will there be anybody getting some practice between now and the next game without even mentioning the second team?
You see, you're ever the professional. I knew you'd find a way through. As Abbott's in, and that's turned into the leg side by Van Beek, and there is no run.
Yeah. What are the preparations now ahead of the next game?
But it's funny you should mention that. These sort of things, they do kind of come up a lot doing this job, don't they? You know, when you ask that question and then you get the question back from Afternoon to Sports Extra listeners, by the way. You get that question back from the coach, the manager, whatever it might be. I've had a few of those over the years. Here's Abbott bowling and blocked by Van Beek. You join us, folks, with Hampshire. Well, they've been putting the squeeze on Yorkshire for what seems like forever in this match, and they currently have them at 179 for 8 in their second innings. We just witnessed the first afternoon wicket, that of George Hill, LBW to Kyle Abbott, 6 for 21. He's got the ball in his hand at the moment. He's been outstanding, and yet another 10-wicket haul. A great career with the ball. Here he is again. That's pushed into the offside by Logan Van Beek. No run, so Don Bess is out there with Van Beek. He's 36 not out, the acting Yorkshire skipper, who wore a few in the morning session, in which we only managed to get 25 overs in. Such were the stoppages. He got clonked with a very quick short delivery flush on the helmet by one from Sonny Baker, then hit amidships by another one that caused him a lot of pain, and then a further glancing blow on the helmet as well. So Don Bess really has stuck in there for his team and tried to string this out for as long as possible. Obviously Yorkshire still notionally playing for the end of the day as Van Beek turns one into the leg side. There's still 64 overs and 1 ball to come in this match, but probably there isn't. That 1 to come in this, the 61st over of their second innings. In comes Abbott to bowl it. It's wide of off stump and left by Van Beek. 179 for 8 at the end of the over. The 2 wickets that fell this morning for Sports Extra listeners who might not be up to speed with things. Finlay Bean lasted a couple of overs or so, was LBW to Kyle Abbott for 33. George Hill was dropped on 4 before Harry Duke, who'd been out there with him, was then caught at long leg by Eddie Jack off Sonny Baker for 10. Short ball that was on him quickly, and he helped it on its way ready to long leg. And then George Hill completed his half century, 52 from 90 balls before he fell victim to Kyle Abbott. A decision that we both initially questioned here in the box. My colleague Kev James was pretty satisfied, having looked at several replays, to be fair to Martin Saggers, thinking it probably was out.
Here's Liam Dawson. To best, gets an edge, goes along the ground past the diving substitute fielder Toby Albert, and that's running away to third man up the hill for 4 runs. And Bess moves on to 40, and the Yorkshire total to 183 for 8. You mentioned in all those blows that Don Bess suffered, and he had suffered in the early part of his innings. There was also that blow on the inner thigh.
Yes, of course.
On top of that, which didn't cause quite as much problems for him, but that still would have been painful. You could see that he was visibly hurt, but with all the other stuff going on around him, I think that was the least of his worries. But he was in the wars for about a 15-20 minute period, but he's still out there battling away for his side as he pushes that back to Liam Dawson. I don't know about you, be hit and battered so much in the early part of an innings.
Well, we drew comparison with a Brian Close knock, in inverted commas, at Old Trafford in 76.
Yeah, that's cut away. Sonny Baker is already forging a reputation this season for some very, very quick deliveries. Last week against Essex, he pinned Tom Wesley's finger against the bat and he was out. They hit Don Bess full on the helmet here. That's played out on the offside where there's a deep fielder, so Bess gets away from the strike and moves on to 41, brings Van Beek on strike. He's yet to get off the mark. So yeah, eventful morning, but the lengthy stoppages meant we only had 25 overs. 88 runs Yorkshire scored in that time. But the runs really seem totally immaterial. From here, they need another 242, which Doherty was trying to work out how to break it down. That's a lot of runs, obviously, at this stage of a game, especially when you're 8 down. But while you're still playing, you've always got a chance. Off the back foot, Van Beek finds the cover. Eddie Jack, who's now being pushed back. Western Terrace, the empty Western Terrace. And again, edge falls short of Toby. Slip. And that's the end of the over. Dawson none for 26 from 7. 184 for 8.
Yeah, Mike up in Durham thought it was a shocking decision. So we're going to see a change of bowling, and surprise, surprise, with Don Bess on strike at the Howard stand end of the strip. It's going to be Sonny Baker who applied plenty of pain, and he's going to come in now and try to apply the coup de grace, I suppose. So what are we going to see field-wise here? We had a short leg in place last time around. Sonny Baker, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39 so far, picking up that wicket of Harry Duke, but he's done more damage than just take wickets. 3 slips, a third man. Fine leg, square cover, Nick Gubbins. Cody Youssef has been dispatched out to deep backward square. Liam Dawson's at mid-on, and at mid-off is Kyle Abbott. Baker then, herring in for his first return delivery, and Bess will be grateful to have got one that was pitched full, and he's able to open the face and get that away square. Didn't get a great contact on it, but with nobody out there, we managed to get back for 2. 43 to him. And he is a kind of nuggety sort of character when he comes into bat, Dom.
I think he's handled post-trauma pretty well, actually.
He has, yeah. Wait for the next short one. Baker might bowl it now. No, it's up there to drive again, and this time he has got a good contact on it, and it is 4. Nicely played. He's always been good. Square through the offside, certainly. Dom, from the first moment we kind of saw him play here, and that's an exemplary square drive.
It is, yeah. Just watching on the replay. Really good shot, got a good stride in as well. Cross to it as much as forward. It's in a good position.
So Baker back at his mark, and in he comes again. And this one's shorter of length, and this time punched out to Gubbins in the offside. And there is no run. Don Bess, well, we know, we've talked many times about him being Exeter born, but he's been up here a long time now. Came for a stint on loan back in 2019. They subsequently made permanent. Was nearly on his way out a couple of seasons ago.
What was that?
In a sec, because Baker is coming in. It's short. It's pulled by Bess. It's not going to make it to the boundary. Didn't get a full contact on it. Youssef does the fielding, and he's got a single. He's on to 48. 29 come July the 22nd. So certainly a very experienced player now, 114 first-class matches prior to this, 14 tests. Just basically because his contract was coming to an end, and the previous coach, I don't think, was in particular favour of renewing it. Otis Gibson. Things all change quickly, don't they, in professional sport? Definitely is Anthony McGrath's man. I think that, that's underlined in red with the fact that he's got the captain's armband when there's no Johnny Bairstow here. Short ball pulled by Van Beek, and he's off the mark with a 4 through mid-wicket.
Nicely played, got on top of the bounce as well. Confident in front of square. They just have been expecting it, but even so, he put it away nicely. Got plenty of runs to play with, Hampshire, so they can afford to bowl a few short balls if they want and just try and unsettle the batters. They try to unsettle Best, but he seems to have settled down.
And compared to the ball that hit Dom earlier, that didn't feel within 2 or 3 yards pace-wise. The one that he's just bowled at Van Beek, maybe there's a quicker one coming. It's wide of off stump if it is, and into the gloves of Ben Brown to complete that over at 195 for 8. Best on 48, Van Beek on 4. They've put on 20 since we saw George Hill leave the field of play.
Email here from Brian Budd, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Greetings on the new season. Some umpires, e.g. Dickie Bird, hardly ever gave LBWs. That's right. I mean, others, e.g. Ray Julian, gave loads. He did. Best to start of a new over from Dawson, drives out into the covers. Nils and Saggers, says Brian Budd, to be in the latter category. 2 wickets left, both sides have been given 5 each. Well, the ball has nipped around a bit in this game, which invites LBWs. It's pushed out towards extra cover, especially with the nip backers on the right-handers. I think you're always going to struggle there when the ball's seaming around. I thought a couple for each side, says Brian. So it's turned away into the gap on the leg side. Best moves on to 49 and Yorkshire on to 196 for 8. I thought a couple for each side were a little umpire's call. Yeah, there's been a couple where we thought. I think generally when you're watching a game, don't you? You go, ooh, that's close. Or you go, might be all right. Drive back to Dawson by Van Beek. But then, with the benefit now of replays, what Sam Whiteman did in first innings was a little unlucky. But I think the others, you can probably make a case for most of them, really. Drive from Van Beek, half stopped at short extra cover. Jake Lehman looks like he got a painful one there on the right hand. Eddie Jack pushed back at deep cover. Sun's just disappeared for a little while. Looks like a bit more cloud coming over. It's driven up to mid-off, who's quite deep, and they'll take a single. I think they were looking to give Van Beek strike, and he's duly obliged with the last ball of that over, 197 for 8. There is the odd shower forecast this afternoon. It's quite high. They are a little denser.
Yeah, I think we were chatting about this during the lunch break, that watching the weather forecast this morning, the wind direction had changed from a westerly to a southerly, but not particularly strong. Whoever it was doing the weather said that you'll notice the change, that the winds won't be as strong today, and therefore any showers, you might be at risk of an odd shower throughout the day, and anything that does hit you might last a little bit longer because there's no wind to move it on. Here's Baker, and that's dropped into the offside by Van Beek, and there is no run, but it doesn't really still feel like the normal Headingley threat of rain that feel you get when it's about to start. It does feel fairly high still, that cloud.
Like the last 3 days.
Yeah.
You kind of knew it was coming, didn't you?
Makes his way to his mark, last few strides. In he comes with a little hop again and launches it now. Van Beek. A little switching onto that, turns it to leg where Dawson does the fielding. Floodlights were on for the vast majority of yesterday. They've not been needed so far today. Encouragement from Liam Dawson, trying to buoy his team. Just getting them galvanised to pick up these final couple of Yorkshire wickets. It's wide of off stump, this Baker delivery. Van Beek leans into it, but then pulls the bat out of the way.
Well, these last 5 Yorkshire wickets have made Hampshire work hard here. They've got 2 more they need, and yeah, they were things up before lunch. Here we are, good 20 minutes into the afternoon session.
Baker. Still 3 to come in the overs. In and bowling now. Short to Van Beek. Ooh, thought he might have got a glove contact on that. He's tried to play a pull shot, and it's ended up in the hands of Ben Brown. But there was no appeal.
Sure, there's a few Yorkshire batters who were out last night thinking if only I could have made it through to today. It does look good batting conditions today.
Here again is Baker then, penultimate ball of the over. To Van Beek, short, tries the pull shot again. There's a little bit more interest in appealing. I think Sonny Baker did go through with one there, but Ben Brown did not. But he's obviously going to think about persisting with this because Van Beek isn't playing it well. Harry Everett's been in touch. I think I'm supposed to be able to read the cryptic bits here, Harry. D1 and 2 on some Essex and doing Sussex until finish before lunch. Now covering my Devon mates up at your gaff. No love in the Devon derby between Bess and Baker, it seems. Sonny. And Van Beek plays that one much more comfortably into the offside to complete the over. He goes on to say, know both well from school, club and Somerset cricket, and they will not take a backward step. Proper Sidmouth to Torquay or Blundell's to King's rivalry. This even with the age gap.
And we had an email similar to that earlier, didn't we? About the Devon rivalry. Dawson to start a new over, 197.48. I didn't realise it had got to that, actually, where this game's more about 2 people coming from Devon. So it's pushed up towards mid-off, and who's got the bragging rights when they go back to Devon? One coming. So Don Bess on 49. Facing Dawson. And he's chipped that one, and he's caught at mid-off. Looked to work that away on the onside. He got a leading edge. Sonny Baker that picked up the catch. I didn't think it was going to carry initially, but the ball just held up in the air, and that's the 9th wicket down. And Don Bess has earned every single one of those 49 runs.
He has, and be disappointed not to have completed a half century for a 22nd time in first class cricket, because he's finished just the one short. But he is getting some warm applause here from the support, and they've appreciated the fact that the skipper stuck around and battled through some very tough physical times. But yeah, there's obviously just been a little bit of turn there for Liam Dawson, and Bess hasn't quite got to the pitch, and he's got that leading edge and safely pouched by Sonny Baker.
Well, it was a brave innings from Don Bess. Certainly the first dozen runs or so didn't come out with a bit of pain, but after that he struck the ball quite nicely. Just a slight mistake there. Probably very keen just to get that one run to get him through to the half century. Ben Code is the last man out for Yorkshire.
And the fact that he's taken that wicket means that Kyle Abbott now can't eclipse Derek Shackleton as Hampshire's most successful figures in a match against Yorkshire.
That's a shame. Derek Shackleton's a bit of a legend around Hampshire cricket circles, around our way. I think some of his stats over the years, when you look back, you think quite incredible, actually. Some ridiculous numbers.
Yeah, I mean, not unless obviously Hampshire offer Yorkshire an 11th wicket. I mean, they could let the other two bat, play the 13.
It's just as well you guys aren't playing next week, because I don't think the league table can take any more injury and impact substitutions. You're way ahead on that one, you guys. So, Code has 4 men around the bat, 2 behind and 2 in front of square. Code gets a length ball and plays that out towards extra cover. So just the 1 wicket to go here. And then up. Quite literally, we have been wrapped up over the first 3 days. But not far away now. Outside the off stump, and Code plays well inside the line. There are a minimum of 59 overs left in the day, so I think any thoughts of a stand here over that number of overs would be a little bit fat. Damage has already been done. Quicker ball Dawson. Code off the back foot. Works that up to extra cover. Field scatters. To believe, offering Code a way out of getting a single to face the next over. Whether he takes it or not, if he's in a position to, we'll have to wait and see. But everybody out, apart from the men catching. And it's gone straight to short leg. So it'll be Van Beek to face the next over from Sonny Baker.
Harry has now filled in the gaps and said he's doing the BBC text comms, so he was typing quickly in between doing that. And he says it's more about Devon than anything else. Devon for those from Devon, I guess. Although, no Don Bass now. Following that, Liam Dawson over. Van Beek on strike. And Devonian Sonny Baker to try and rip one through and finish this match. Do you want to take it up?
That's very kind of you.
You're on the cusp.
Thank you. 3 men out. Fine leg, deep backward square and deep forward square. So they're expecting Van Beek to have another go at any short stuff. And there's a short one, and he thinks about it, but just pulls out of the shot as it goes over his shoulder through to Ben Brown. It's called 1 for the over from Martin Saggers. He does get 2, which he employed in the last over. So Van Beek can expect another one at some point if he's still facing. Shame the sun's gone in, because it has been a lovely morning weather-wise. I'm not sure we're going to see too much more sun. Oh, Baker down the hill again. 2 slips waiting. Into Van Beek, length ball. Van Beek punches that up to Abbott at mid-off. This ball is into its 67th over now. Not too much moving off the seam. Hasn't been a lot today anyway. Pitch has been good throughout the game, but it just seemed to have just quietened down a fraction today. But it has been, in Kyle Abbott's words, a very good cricket wicket. I suppose you would say that. I haven't picked up 10 wickets, but want to see it from both sides. Just taking his time here, Sonny Baker. And Van Beek just pulls out. I think somebody's moving behind him. Baker's on 5. Baker in. Past umpire Saggers, length ball. He cuts that nicely off the back foot. Hard down to third man. Played that nicely. Right.
Ian Clark's been in touch, says happy. Question mark, exclamation mark. New season, Jonathan. Enjoying the comms with talk of former overseas players and Kev's mention of Romsey this morning, which is where Ian is situated, even though it was a sad memory. Was hoping for a win for Yorkshire after seeing out a draw at Cardiff that I was at. Direct train from Romsey, so good venue. So a draw today is the only hope. How come we couldn't beat Hampshire after they were stuffed by Essex in the first round, who were in turn thrashed by Somerset? And I was then reminded that Hampshire would not be in would now be in Division 2 if it wasn't for Yorkshire rolling over Durham in the last game of last season. So where does that leave Yorkshire? Not a good start to the season after losing Johnny B too.
I mean, on the face of it, you do look at last week and you think Hampshire, for the taking. Here's Baker to Code. He's gone for the Yorker. Not quite. Code back to the bowler. But this is a vastly improved performance all round from Hampshire, let me tell you. This is hardly recognisable from the side that Essex last week. I think there's a feeling that Hampshire bowled okay in that game, and I don't think they're too wrong on that. It's just that when you get behind in a game, it gets very hard to sort of keep the discipline, and they got so far behind. But they look a much better side this week, that's for sure. As Baker comes in, gets the Yorker, and Coe's done well there, digging that one out. As for Yorkshire, as I say, and we've mentioned it, you can't get 2 down after 2 matches. It's very early days yet. I know only 14 matches, but actually that's still quite a lot. Thinking about the side after 6-7 matches, that's when you want to start to sort of really think about things, and that's plenty of time for sides who perhaps undercooked to start playing better, and sides that perhaps started the season well, maybe just sort of falling back a little. Code plays that length ball out on the onside, so still plenty of cricket to come. This first batch will certainly tell us where sides are once we've completed, I think it's 6 or 7 games, isn't it, in the Championship. I think that's a better time to start calling it. All these batters have had 4 innings at most. It's not a lot, really. Bowlers have got more overs in their belts, so you can start to sort of work out which bowlers are in good rhythm and which bowlers aren't by now. But I think from the batting point of view, it's probably still a little bit early days.
Jim Dawson's going to continue at the Howard stand end. And Jim Brown says, unlucky that for Don Betty, who was looking much more comfortable at the crease. Of course, it helps if you use the bat.
Dave Allen's back on the emails. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Talking about you were mentioning his Dawson has gone for the sweep shot there. It's nicely played by Van Beek. It's gone fine. And that's gone all the way. That's nicely played. It got down very early. Toby Abbott, the subfielder, running after that one, but it was nicely timed. Ball just outside off stump, just helped it on the leg side. Yeah, Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, you were talking about Derek Shackleton's record figures against Yorkshire not being beaten now. He was actually a Yorkshireman, Derek Shackleton, which I didn't realise. Dave Allen's just reminded me. Keeps the record. Apparently he was in the right half of Todd Morden, wherever the right half of Todd Morden is. Ooh, and he's trying to find some room, gets an inside edge onto that one, does Van Beek. It goes out behind square on the leg side, picks up a single. 201 for 9.
Todmorden, yeah.
Oh, is that how you say it? Todmorden. Is that them? I've heard of it.
I'll let you run it through Google.
Oh, again. You know where it is. You're just making me work, aren't you?
I seem to remember Dave talking about that actually when we were on comms down at your place previously.
Forwarded code. Goes out on the offside. Okay, then. For those of us that don't really know where it is because we don't come from up here, near Hebden Bridge.
Yep.
And that's just north-west of Huddersfield. And west of here. That's tucked away nicely by Code. Again behind square on the leg side, and he'll pick up 2. Code's off the mark. 205 for 9. Is it a nice spot?
The Yorkshire bit.
I'm going to look up now Todd Morden. I'm going to see what it says about Todd Morden. Code plays that quietly out on the offside. Boundary between Yorkshire and Lancashire.
Yeah, you catch on quickly.
I mean, it still means nothing to me.
Oh, Vienna.
Who? Dawson Bowles, slightly quicker. Again, Code is just defending, and that's the end of the over. 205 for 9. There's nothing I can see sort of makes it stand out. Flick through this. There's nothing jumping out at me, and it really is a quick flick through. Can't say that very easily. It's just a place.
Well, let me give you the fact between Sonny Baker's deliveries.
So I'll do this one then as you're down. It's down the leg side. Good diving stop there from Ben Browns. It didn't bounce very much.
Well, I was letting you carry on right through until you take this wicket.
Oh, of course you are. Yes, I'm sorry. I've got sidetracked looking at anything about Todmorden. Double murder took place in 1868. Sonny Baker again. 2 men out on the hook for Van Beek, who's shown a willingness to go for it. Forward to a length ball. Thorson is only one of 2 men saving a single. Everybody else is out. You're still looking for something, aren't you? Oh, you are. There's something interesting. In January 1907, the Todmorden Corporation became only the second municipality in the British Isles to operate a motor bus service. It's about the most exciting thing I can find. Turned away along the ground by Van Beek, and he moves on to 12, 206 for 9.
So it's the boundary that's the thing between Yorkshire and Lancashire. So it's one of these towns that the boundary has moved with times during the past. Now, it says historically the county border ran through the town centre along the River Calder and Walsden Water. Until 1888, famously, it straddled the town hall, meaning that you could walk across the 2 counties while in the ballroom in the town hall.
Oh, right, okay. Baker to Code. There's a leg gully in for him. Code drives. That's nicely through the covers. That's a lovely shot. Let's go in for 4. Got on the front foot there, Code. Played that very, very nicely indeed. 210 for 9. Moved on to 6. The then Prince Charles visited there in 2010. Just trying to give people a picture of Todmorden. Short. Code swings out of the way.
So it has been officially part of Yorkshire since 1888, the entire town. Todmorden Cricket Club, been a West Yorkshire club, but doesn't play in a Yorkshire league, plays in the Lancashire League.
Ah. A Yorkshire club playing in the Lancashire League.
Until 1996, the town's official postal address was Todmorden, Lancashire.
Here's Sonny Baker, short. Doesn't really get up. Code plays that nicely off the back foot and picks up a single as it goes out square. So it's neither Lancashire or Yorkshire, really. Let's be honest, it depends on what you're involved with.
But it is in West Yorkshire.
Yeah. But if you're a cricketer, you're not part of Yorkshire at all, are you? You're part of the Lancashire League.
Mine used to play for him for a long time, actually. In the day.
Ralph Booker says Hebden Bridge is a... Oh no, he's used that word again. Hebden Bridge, was that the one? Was there some floods there recently or something?
Yeah, recently and less recently and less recently again. Yeah, very often, unfortunately.
Oh, that's it. Sorry, I was looking at... I had a load of emails that I've missed in. And I've just missed that because Mr. Code, Ben Code, has been bowled by Liam Dawson. And that is the end of the game, where Hampshire have won this game by 214 runs, with Yorkshire bowled out for 211 in their second innings. Logan Van Beek finishes with 12 not out. Liam Dawson has picked up his second wicket. And Hampshire have duly completed victory here by taking the 5 wickets that they needed here on day 4. Hampshire's first victory of the season, and a much needed victory really after what happened last week. And Yorkshire, after a draw at Glamorgan last week, find their second game, their first game at home, ends in defeat.
No doubt about it whatsoever. A very disappointing effort from the Yorkies, unfortunately, across the 4 days, only mustering 177 runs in their first innings, 211 second time around. And so, in terms of the mathematicals of the result, Hampshire have won by 214 runs. It's a pretty crushing victory. They were crushed themselves last week by Essex, so they've been on the wrong end of one, very much on the right end of this one. And they were put in, of course, on that first morning when Yorkshire won the toss. But they've made the best of their way home. And Kyle Abbott holding the ball aloft as he comes off, to some appreciative applause from the home support as well as from his teammates. What a magnificent match he's had with the ball. 4 wickets in the first innings, 6 for 21 in the second from 17 overs, 10 of which were maidens, and very much the catalyst of seeing the back of Yorkshire very comfortably indeed for Hampshire in his second innings. 2 for 37 for Liam Dawson from 10 overs and 1 maiden. 1 apiece for Sonny Baker, 1 for 57 from 15, and Eddie Jack 1 for 43 from 13. Just Cody Youssef finishing wicketless second time around. And for the record, Logan Van Beek not out 12 from 30 balls, including a couple of boundaries. There were 14 extras, and Yorkshire were finished off for 211.
Thanks very much, Doige. Enjoyed my 4 days here, as always.
Yep. 3 and a bit. Safe journey back, and we'll do it all again in August time. Thanks everyone for your correspondence as ever. A lot of work for the Yorkies to do. They get another chance to do that back here against Sussex a week on Friday, so a weekend off for Yorkshire, but they'll be busily working hard, I'm sure, to put a few things right before that one. And as far as Hampshire concerned, they're home against Somerset this coming Friday. I'm sure those of you of a Hampshire persuasion will be tuning in to listen to Gibbo on his travels across to Southampton with Kev. It's been a pleasure having Kev alongside, and thanks to Liam Thomas and also to Graham Colley for stepping in for me, to Graham Orange as well for their contributions during this match, and to all of you for yours. But from Headingley, points wise, we probably need to wrap that one up as well, Kev. So 16 for the win. Go on, remind me how many bonus points. 1 batting bonus point and all 3 bowling bonus points. So 20 points for Hampshire. And Yorkshire with 3.
Yes.
From bowling out to Hampshire.
Right,
yeah,
at least we're off the... Well,
so 3 points for Yorkshire, 20 points for Hampshire. And that, folks, is that from Headingley for this Monday the 13th of April. Back with you here, as I say, a week on Friday when Sussex are in town and Harmsley will be on the mic alongside. Bye for now.